person.
I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not, I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were at the, I want to be clear, I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it was a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Allegheny County executive, for being here, and I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly, we're in a situation, the president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP, yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TPP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between this and there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it, it's so much. And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing the number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Come on, part of this campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone. Now, send a text to the word United to the number 30330. 30330 or 303330. Or POO. Wait. You got it. It's on the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no civil rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what was going on in Ukraine. My long time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30. 1/30. Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion is what I want to do in 10 years. Not $30 trillion. Not $30 trillion. Among many qualified people, I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are like to get Alzheimer's. Because think of what's been adopted. Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. That all changed with our Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation. We find ourselves in a position where you're in a circumstance where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economies. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy. That's why we're so special. It took courage. It took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world. Donald Trump is re-elected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing we can do. We can't really set our mind. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London and speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric International Organization of Psychiatrists. Over in London, because is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future. We have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law.
But I never thought that I'd see what I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school.
Avoid having an excuse to walk by the deal and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to do boom, boom, boom.
If we just were to reinstitute the cafe standards.
And I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't press going to say I'm downgrading by calling him Senator Booker. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator's talking about, and I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. Look, we provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Brock and I talked about in the beginning.
Get it through, though.
So I couldn't tell anybody but Barack. He's one of my closest friends. Invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of it called Crimea. He's saying that it was my boss, it was his fault.
I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize it. We need to work again with Canada and Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Saks or Benettons or Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where in the malls.
Donald Trump does pose an excellent threat to this. It's not
Last year,
we could put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a four-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they'd say to you, "Take my shotgun." I said, "I have three. I now have five because my son died, and I have three of his. I have 5 shotguns." Also have a mechanism to control drug prices. You know, it's not. We're no longer using chemical-based things. All this thing is dealing with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to reward are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity. Stop trying to keep your workers organized. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with dealing with the whole immune system. I want you to know, if you look at PolitiFacts, we're no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a position to be able to lead the world like we've never been able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings.
There's things that are worth arguing with China.
What presidents say matter.
This video.
We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during being her vice president.
High-quality options, the public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable.
Not the end in themselves. Mischaracterizes my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1,640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts. You ever heard a president of the United States talk about law enforcement like he does today? I oversaw, as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time, the FBI. Look what he talks about. But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of power, but an example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening, we have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm awfully sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets. Wall Street bankers, CEOs, hedge fund managers, no matter how good and decent they are, they're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism, of fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even love them. That's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the late 60s, or the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out, go to Haight-Ashbury. We can do this by making sure that we're in a position that we, in fact, allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody, once they, in fact, anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
But here's the deal, folks. You know, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
We can speak out and be more straightforward.
Senator, I mean, but I mean, it's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. You don't have here in Miami, in Florida. You don't have it here, and that is, if you keep an audience, that's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, that prevents money from getting to NGOs.
In terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty, if ever, being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does. Such as de-escalation studies have, there have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's a invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as the second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion. It makes it far more durable, reliable, and powerful. Partnerships built on coercion.
And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year.
And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will in fact increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get.
They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class, and having heard, the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. You know, the next thing we got to do here along the line to report people's dignity, restore it. The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole.
Which we as a society talk about one another. The way we've always look.
My wife, who is a teacher, she's teaching now. She's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn by the National Guard. There are a whole lot of things, and guess what?
For most of the people at the time, the people of color, for women.
Farm ownership and cooperating loan and operating loan. I remember sometimes when my dad was restless, my mom would say, because our rooms are next to one another, I'd say, the next morning, what's wrong? I said, your dad can't sleep. He's just staring at the ceiling thinking, what happens? We have to start rewarding work, not just wealth. The first speech stood up.
the former chancellor of Germany stands up. She says, we have to go it alone.
International leaders spoke about it. You had people like you had people like the former chairman and leader of the party in Germany. You had Angela Merkel stand up and say how terrible it was.
I mean, well, look, this is beyond the scope of anything remotely what we've seen before. We provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of I think it's $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Hello, everyone. Let me just.
All cops are bad
Hello.
cops.
Hunter Needler, thank you for the 3 months. Is there anybody else? I don't think so. I am back once again. I took a break on the weekend. Keffels came and visited me, and we hung out. Shout out to them. It was a good time. It was a good little break from work and school stuff. And now we are back. I'm a little late because I was just finishing my readings. LG, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, back to the grind. Unknown Merc, thank you for the year. There's a couple updates.
All cops are bad
Well,
cops.
Hype Train is close. You better give me money. You better give me more money so there's a Hype Train.
Power, strength.
Bees are cool. Thank you for the $2 on Patreon. The Spotted Joe, thank you for the 17 months. Let's go, dude. Let's go. We'll start with the.
All cops are bad cops.
If you like to subscribe, we got lots of cool emotes. IMCZ, thank you for the 5 gift subs. And Filthy Phil, thank you for the bits.
Do not come. Do not come.
Oh,
I'm gonna come.
why does it keep doing this? It's not a problem I download. Juice for Cheese is thank you for the 1,000 bits. Let's go. Will I commit to ending Finsta? That was such a cool clip. Absolutely. Private accounts shouldn't exist. Do not look into whether I have one or not. What are you hiding in there? Vaguely in the GTA. I would not consider Kingston vaguely in the GTA. But that's cool. The Picasso exhibit, that rocks. There are countries that are smaller than the distance. I think you can drive through France quicker than you can drive across from Kingston to Ontario or Toronto. But that rocks. All the... Where is it at the AGO? Oh, cool. Yeah, that... We love our calories. The crop on your browser is good off? Yeah. Okay, there we go. I edited it for... So we have a couple updates. If you like to subscribe, as you can see, we got really cool emotes. Some really great stuff, folks, all around. Like the dancing lizard. Oh, there's a really good one that I didn't add. Shoot. I can do that during the stream. Let me find this. This one. This is good. We were watching the Blackface show. I'm 100% certain. I don't know specifically, but I know that is the only thing that would make me have this expression. It's not like this. What should I replace it? What should I replace? Oh, we're not watching that. No way. You would have to give me... I don't even want to give it an amount. 100 gift subs for another episode of that. 100. That is literally the number. 100 gift subs. That's $500. that was so brutal. LG, thank you for the 300 bits. place nodding? Well, that's a GIF. I can't. How many episodes do we have left? No, for one app, no. Or 500, we watch it weekly. One a week. I can't tolerate that. Replace overwhelmed? Yeah, that's good.
All cops are
Nobody's
bad
safe.
cops.
Thank you for the 9 months. Please do not. That I will get back to you on it. Oh no. Oh no. Tubman, man, that's so lazy. That's so lazy. You really think you're gonna get me with that? Look at that. Look at that. What, you think I was fucking born yesterday?
All cops are bad cops.
Stay tender, thank you for the 7 months. 98% left for the hype train. If you like to contribute. Where's oh no, the file is too large. You Merkel cat, let's go. We love to see it. I did fall for the Sea of Thieves one, yes. Yeah, for some reason that thing is too big. Not like this. If there's a smaller one. Daniel, thank you for the 100 bits. Level 3 hype train, let's go.
All cops are bad cops.
Jeffrey, thank you for the 9 months. I promise you episodes. Well, I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Why don't you delete these nuts in your throat? Well, how would I be losing them? Wouldn't that not? How would that be losing? Wouldn't it be gaining them? Unless they're just like cutting them off. In which case, I think that's an own for you. I don't think I'm the one being owned. There. I think that's just cannibalism. I ordered McDonald's because I had no time to make food. So that's coming. We do have a Discord. Join the Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. There's cool people in it. There's a couple. Oh, I'll just update. The BBC thing they canceled last minute. Hate to see it. Or CBC. Which happens apparently. I think honestly if Trudeau didn't go on vacation during the first day of reconciliation or they probably, but the slot changed or whatever because they're larger news outlet, which is unfortunate because I was ready for that. But I have some content ready, and I think we're gonna make a PPC Canadian QAnon episode for QIA, and so all the stuff that I had like ready. There's a couple of, pages of notes or whatever. I can choose for them. But I wanted, just 100 gift subs, whatever that means. However much that costs. And oh no, you're gonna do it, aren't you? Oh no. Oh no.
Vad blå är fregen karat piesso Taco Bell.
Right size, thank you. Not like
För
this.
att bli mackarde fregen Supreme gas.
Here we go. I'm just hurting myself, but it's for content. Not like this. There we go, it's uploading. Perfect. And we got it. You gotta refresh your stream or something.
Tonight the party never ends. Try to act now our own income tax return.
Is it Ryuta's Twitch bot?
We gonna watch it burn.
Or, I'm probably pronouncing that
Try
wrong.
to act now our own income
That's
tax return.
brought to you by CBC Twitch bot. That's amazing. It's such a fucking good account.
Try to act now our own income tax return.
I might do it
We
soon.
gonna watch it burn.
Well, there it is. Thank you for the money, but also curse you. 10 seconds left for the hype train. If you'd like to contribute, thank you to everyone who did. Reuters, right. I would assume you're trying to think of one of the owns, but I can't think of one. I don't think there is one for Reuters. All right, thank you. Great way to start off the stream. We got posting not like this now as well, if you would like to subscribe for that. There's a couple things that happened. What's it called? This is cool. Shout out to Jonas. Liked my video on Contra and Nietzsche, which is, we love to see it. Yeah, there you go. Not like this. Great emote. So yeah, also you should go watch that if you haven't. I'm debating just doing my thesis on Nietzsche because I know, like, I don't know. I might do that. Because he's cool. Oh, I might want to do an episode on Lusardo and Lusardo's notion of Nietzsche. I still have to finish the update podcast. That's behind the $2 paywall for my premium, about more in depth on the Nietzsche video. And I'll go over some of the responses people had in the comments. Some of them are just strange, where I'm like, I actually don't know what this means, so I can't respond to it. Like this one. And I mean, if this person is like watches me, I would like to know more in depth. Contra would have largely dismissed this whole concept. I talk about the drives because it is such a poor description of the human body, which is confusing. Natalie's exposure to neurology prior to diving into philosophy would have made her plenty aware that Nietzsche was reacting against the likes of Hume, but how thoughts are linked. Disabuse of any notion that Nietzsche was saying anything insightful here, other than historic, which is not the case for Nietzsche. And neurology isn't this clear cut, and it's not like Hume, as far as I understand. But also the point isn't a biological one. So I just did, and they just said that does not follow. So I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. I like to respond to people who like have larger, but it just doesn't make sense. This is the thing.
Towards a nihilistic state
I'm
of
sorry, I
affairs.
don't understand.
This is not a question that one who embraces Nietzsche can afford not to answer, I think. As Nietzsche's primary political goal is to find the cause of this ressentiment within culture and, like a doctor would treat a patient,
Why does he keep doing
identify
that?
a solution to our cultural sickness. This is why I think Natalie's video, especially the end of it, is so troubling. I do not think, as she has presented her interpretation of Nietzsche at least,
I'll go
that she has
faster.
the capacity to conceptualize ressentiment and its root cause outside of a sort of conservative vulgarization of Nietzsche's work. When we think of ressentiment as a problem of the haves and the have-nots,
I'm
as I feel
trying
has
to
been
understand
represented in her
this.
video, we also importantly ignore the degree to which Nietzsche's analysis is one that rejects the existence of a metaphysical subject.
Overheat.
Now, what do
Oh
I mean by
fuck.
this? Because, that's bullshit.
It's the question of metaphysical, which has nothing to do with biology. It's not a conversation with what I'm talking about. I'm very confused about that. But Other stuff is good. I'm confused about this. Utilitarianism declare human behavior is biologically determined. People thought it was cool. Oh, that's cool. Wow, I should click this link on stream. No, this is not a Liz Brunig video. No. This is a good point. I like this point. This is a good... I disagree with the conclusion, log off, because there's no hiding from capitalism. Frontline is everywhere. I think you should rather find the place you have joy fighting in. If it's Twitter, it's okay. If it's a union, making art or whatever, it's good. I really like that point. And I like the use of the word joy there, because it's like, it relates to Deleuze. And I don't know if Nietzsche uses the word joy. But I think the response is just that you can't actually, especially with the notion of joy in relation to Spinoza and the sort of gaining of conatus or power. I think the conclusion that you actually can't gain joy from posting on Twitter, I think is meaningful. That there is no power to be gained there, that it is sort of a purely virtual self-referential sphere. Yeah. Rest of the Zarathustra series. I think I uploaded all the ones I did, didn't I? I think I didn't finish some of the book because I like... Yeah, I think they're all... Or did I? Did I not upload it? I wonder if I have that somewhere.
All cops are bad cops.
Oh yeah, it's I might... Marxist May with the 20-month prime. Thank you. I finished 2 of them, 2 weeks. I think I didn't upload the first one, and I don't think I have it. I'm sorry. But then I realized, like, I can just go over the end part, but, like, all of the arguments that I'm making are, like, I would just be repeating myself. You know, it was more of an analysis of... Yeah, so I should have just had one thing where I talked about all of it. Wait, hold on. I have my food. My food is coming. I will start with this. It's good. I'll be right back.
Supercut series.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Rigismo, and I am the voice of Chris 3 on NEAS, the show. Very, very happy to be hosting this Supercut City, and very happy to get the opportunity in general to do a voice on NEAS, especially after all of the issues I've had in my past. The criminal negligence causing death, the drunk driving causing death, the murder with a knife causing death. And so for them to... No, I did. I said it on the... It's in little tiny little writing in the bottom of the resume. But anyways, we have a fantastic supercut for you this week, folks, as it's every single call we ever made to Rudy Giuliani. And there's a little bit of a theme as well. See if you pick it up, and you can mention in the comments if you do.
Oh, also... Does they usually spam into the new channel you made? Yes, please do that. I made a new channel on Discord. That's just stream suggestions. And it's things you should get me to watch. So go on the Discord. Oh, oops. Oh no, playback's be normal. We're good.
So now we'll try Jason in Brooklyn.
Elizabeth, I'm not... you're not going to get me twice. I can see that it's an image, not a video.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Mr. Giuliani. Did you really marry your cousin?
All cops are
Did
bad
I really
cops.
marry my cousin? Now, why do you want to ask that? Just want to be a jerk?
You married your cousin.
It's a good question.
Why don't you...
Jet Flanger, thank you for the tier 1.
Go read some history that's useful to you. That's about the jerkiest question I've ever been asked.
He married his second cousin, I think. He didn't realize.
Also, the period of time you're talking about was about 50 years ago.
So it's again, he did actually.
Really important questions for people to ask. That's about as silly as they get.
I'm silly.
You're a silly person, my friend.
I'm telling you, I'm silly.
All I can tell you is every marriage that I had, It was very beautiful. I don't regret them. And they were all quite legitimate. So,
drive yourself nuts.
Let's see. Stephen in Staten Island.
Hello?
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Hi, Rudy. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
The country is at a crossroads right now, but it can reinvent itself. Much like we can all do
cops
in
are
this
bad
free
cops.
country.
As long as we
Even
keep
you
it free.
managed to reinvent yourself.
I sure did.
You were America's mayor, and that would have been your legacy. But then you reinvented
Scramburger.
yourself as
I think
a
it's 3 months.
bumbling bootlicker who regularly tweets out Google searches while he sits drooling in his bathrobe.
Oh, oh, the don't come, I'm gonna come thing is for 2 or more gift subs, I believe.
Did you work on that and write it down, moron? We got a bad day today. Is it the 13th? Man, maybe they were drinking. I don't know. Bumbling. All right. Let's go with Thomas in New York City. Hey, Thomas.
Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome, Thomas.
I gotta say, I'm struggling during this quarantine with not being close enough to my family. I just wish I could be closer. Do you have any advice on getting close enough to marry my cousin?
All cops are bad cops.
Rebellion Grape, thank you for the 4 months.
My suggestion is, if you're in Manhattan, there are a significant number of psychiatrists. They are expensive, but I think the little group that you have here, you might be able to come up with the money, get a psychiatrist, and then after that, have the psychiatrist help you get a life where you're doing something that is, useful instead of getting on the phone. And if you think you're going to get to me,
Do not come.
you're out of your mind.
Do not come.
Scramburger.
Daniel from Los Angeles.
Thank you for the 5 gifts.
It's a dry cleaner. I just wanted to let you know that we couldn't get the pee stains out of your robe.
Oh, okay, we'll go to Tommy in Staten Island.
Hey, Mr. Giuliani.
Hi, Tommy.
Hey, it's Tommy. I just wanted to say, sir, you showed tremendous courage in the aftermath of 9/11, and I think that the poise that you carried yourself with should be the gold standard for public servants in 2020. You did not buckle. You did not so much as flinch. You looked at those
Yeah, what are
Afghan
those
scumbags
fucking
dead in the
moans,
eyes,
dude?
and you said, hey, we ain't scared of you. We are New Yorkers. And my question is, bro, was it weird banging your...
No, you guys are such jerks. So now let's see if we can get a call in, and we'll go to Erin in Rochester. I'm sorry, Erin in Rochester.
Hi, Rudy.
Hi, Erin.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I'm such a huge fan. I'm so glad to be on.
Well, thank you, Erin.
I wanted to talk a little bit about quarantine a little bit.
About what? About quarantine?
Quarantine, yeah, and how it's affecting everything. And I mean, Mr. Giuliani, I'm sorry. I'm really finding it hard to meet people during quarantine. Any suggestions on where to meet someone other than a family gathering?
Kicks and fires the 0-2, and Euclid hits one high in the air, a long way to left. Lofton looks up, and it is gone.
Well, I guess, nowadays we can meet if we follow the social distancing rules and you wear the mask, you go to the restaurant, you can take the mask off while you're eating. So now we go to Austin in East Flatbush.
Trying
hey,
to
Austin,
play
how
cool.
are you?
Hey, Mayor Rudy, how's it going? Good to talk to you.
Yes, Austin.
Oh, yeah, well, I own I'm the part owner of a nail salon on the other side of town, and it was recently vandalized.
Other side of town where?
I don't want to say exactly where it is because I'm worried that some of the protesters might be listening.
Yeah, I got you.
But I will say, I live in East Flatbush.
Okay, and what happened?
Well, the nail salon was vandalized. The window was broken. There was words spray painted on it.
Like what?
And well, For instance, it was one of the words was, "Hey Rudy, just curious if you ever consider not marrying your cousin and having sex with her a bunch."
Want to bet.
2-1 to Ortiz. A swing and a drive out toward right field. Going back, Gutierrez on the track at the wall. Goodbye.
Home run,
Back-to-back
baby.
home run.
Want to bet that you were a TDS. You know that? So I can give you offline Dr. Sigmund Sigundus's number, who could put you in boot camp and straighten you out. This is a very serious psychological disorder you suffer from. Trump derangement syndrome. The hatred has taken control of your brain. And also, I was kind of suspicious. I used to teach catechism in East Flatbush 2,000 years ago. I never met an Austin in East Flatbush. I had you picked out in a second,
fake.
jerk off.
You called it.
Come on.
It's
I got a
not
couple
real.
others here. I
Yeah,
got it
it's
figured out.
This is great. This is Rudy's Real Collins show. We can go back to this later. And we have a command for NAS because we always watch their content and they're great. You should give them money. Patreon, not even a show, for more content. Oh, there's something really funny because it sort of reminded me of this. What am I eating? McDonald's. It's a it is bourgeois. Donald John Trump eats there every day. This is being, no matter what corner. So it's, it's a funny tweet or whatever. We got Amy Teresa. It's Amy time. You already know. I usually don't bring her up, but this is crazy. She is genuinely losing her fucking mind. And it's so random tweet by someone about this, and her response: being a Democrat means sending money to bail funds for your anarchist comrades who burn down, loot, and destroy corner shops, while you boast about how generous their proprietors are to you personally. Did Trump Jr. retweet her? What tweet? Please show me the tweet. And then, where's the... Are you mad at me? Surprised you called him McDonald's and not the burger store? Yeah, you don't have a burger store in America run by the government? And then, so what does that have to do? Why are you, as I was saying, so he tweeted out the Breonna Taylor Fund, which somehow relates to this. I guess she saw that it was for like a black person and assumed that it related to someone burning down or looting someone. Just bizarre. Just fucking, she's genuinely so, there was another, they had a back and forth. It was really good. She's losing her fucking mind. She's yelling at like ghosts. She's genuinely like, and then she tweets this. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. So this is a tweet she had in 2019 about like her being visibly Middle Eastern and then an Egyptian guy who's helping her out, which like she's like a quarter Lebanese and white passing. But the implication is that this guy stole her tweet from 2 years ago. Like this experience was like, that's the point of this. It's all Amy Teresa takes, hashtag deranged and Amy pilled. She's genuinely like, this guy stole my 2-year-old tweet about a Middle Eastern person running a store and then seeing that you're Middle Eastern and then giving you a little bit extra. Like, what are you talking about, Queen? What's going on in your head? Like, she's genuinely unhinged. It's remarkable. It is, I just enjoy tweets. I don't know if it's my place to weigh in or not. You're a dirtbag leftist affecting an honor culture half trad brand with your fake ass Catholic dad, ethnic corner store shtick. You're trying to herd kid. What are you talking about, Queen? What happened? What set you off about this tweet from a random person you don't know? No, don't change the title to fucking Amy. No. No, don't do that. That's too much. Tending to be less horrible than the. What does that mean? Being a Democrat, and then he's just like, let me see the. It's just. This is hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with her. This is a very funny tweet. Yeah, I don't. This is a funny because it's just like, what is she doing? What is she actually like? One of the funny things, usually these types of accounts, I would say like just ignore. Like, because they're like just like contrarian brained. They're just conservatives. They're so contrarian that they become conservative because they realize like on Twitter, the most contrarian thing you can do around like adjacent to left people is just be a conservative. I usually say ignore them because they feed on attention. But Amy Teresa literally is going fucking insane because people make fun of her. Oh, the Donald J. Yeah, that's so cool. That's awesome. So she's just Law and Order now. Police to stop responding to non-emergency beginning today. This will work out well. That's great. Well, Amy is very weird. You don't have to know who this is. But I thought that was just a spectacular meltdown. Like on a different level than I think I'm used to with her, and I thought it was very funny. Because yeah, I mean, you can see that she is genuinely like suffering because she's on Twitter and that people are mean to her and it's making her go insane. But she's also like a really bad person. You know, racist, transphobic, you know, etc. So it's funny to see because she's a bad person, you know. Oh, she's genuinely, she believes in like Pizzagate now. Like that spirit cooking is like a real like demonic ritual. You don't have to know what happened here. It's better that I don't explain it. Other than the context that I just gave. Yeah. So I thought that was good. Let's look at the stream suggestion channel. Oh, channel 5 clips.
Okay.
Can I watch this? Am I allowed to watch this? I'm worried. Like, is this page premium content? Oh no, okay, yeah.
Okay, so the homeless do not actually want help. It's unfortunate. It's mental illness and it's drugs. Even if you give someone housing, they're still going to be doing drugs and have the same mental illness.
Oh, I have to talk about the fucking infrared thing.
So it's got to be like, I don't know, a program
Yeah, that was
for
wild.
mental health. Because if you ask some of the people, most actually, to be honest, if you ask them if they want a place to stay and live, no, they want to be where
I think this is actually really revealing.
they want to be. I mean, I know people personally who have ended up in the streets and they want to be there. They literally chose, like they had a life and they're like, no, I want to go live there. It's kind of unfortunate and it's kind of like, I don't know, like it has to be mental health and that could clean up a lot. That's so hard because also like mass institutions like that always go corrupt, so I don't know. The problem is that like, to be honest, a lot of the homeless are probably gonna always stay homeless. It has to start at childhood. And like, unfortunately, that like
they have what, like
school system now is so messed up.
Medically predisposed
And
to
like
antisocial
everyone
behavior.
has a bunch of trauma and the school systems are preying on that, and kids that are just growing up in their homes and at school with mental health or just they don't know therapeutic practices, and this is why they're ending up on the streets.
I actually didn't know you were gonna say all that because you're literally right about everything. My best friend photographs homeless people. He's been doing it for I think 10 plus years. Spent
That's the weirdest thing. My best friend photographs homeless people. He's been doing it for the last 10 years.
Days, nights with them, and he was like, you don't understand, these people can't integrate into society. I mean, they don't want to either. It is a mental health situation. It is a drug problem.
That's really interesting. Is the notion of like criminality as it relates to like, you know, medical systems of control being turned into like the discourse around being like pro mental health has molded into that discourse. I think that's really revealing. We need to raise awareness for mental illness, because there are people who are medically predisposed to being homeless and do not have the capacity biologically to reintegrate into society. Don't clip that, fuck. Yeah, that's a really revealing, like, that's the problem with existing within the sort of medical, those sort of medical discourses, and promoting
And
them.
I think the most humane thing we can kind of do is, unfortunately, like, against their will, force them to maybe be in places where we can make sure they're at least safe, try to get them better, and if not, it's just not fair because it's so...
They're describing prisons. They're not describing like housing. They're describing prisons. They should go to jail. Is the
dangerous to the people. Like,
I see naked guys on the street every day.
Bottom line, like, you can't have them there. You need to figure something out, and it is, it's a really difficult issue to discuss, but unfortunately, you know, when you leave it up to them, you can't leave things up to crazy people.
This place that they're going to end up going to, is it like a jail, or is it
here we go.
Is it
great question.
like a wilderness retreat, or is it somewhere in between?
So I think we need to build places that are not jails, not mental hospitals, but there needs to be I would say a mental hospital, but a lot more humane, and more like apartment housing, and just something humane. It needs to be good, and both sides need to come together on that, because it's sickening. You can't say you care about
This is just prison. This is just how prison reform works.
people and then step over bodies on the street.
This is why we're in the problem in the first place.
I can't even believe people go in the ocean in LA. Can you imagine like the feces and everything that are going into the water?
And
it's disgusting.
What also scares me is, like, this is kind of off topic, but it's really scary walking your dogs around there. Feces, needles, chicken bones, because they give them chicken wings and dogs choke on them and die literally all the time. It's just another sad factor.
Do you guys live in LA?
Yes, downtown.
In downtown LA.
How do you feel about downtown LA?
It has gone down the gutter completely. There's so many homeless. It is horrible. All the money to clean up the homeless, what has Newsom done with it? I don't know. Probably in his pocket.
Also, defunding the police. You call the police 6 times and no one shows up. And why would you? You guys all shit on them and said they're all horrible people.
Well, yeah, like LA got defunded by what, 46 million or something like that? And I'm like, yeah, of course. And the crime has gone up. And they're like, yeah, so you guys are the ones that suffer the most. And I'm like, yeah, we do. Yeah, Camel Toe cheated.
Who's Camel Toe?
Kamala Toe. Kamala Harris.
Awesome. Get her ass.
What is that referencing?
I can't talk about it. It's just everyone knows that's how she's known. I don't want to say it right now.
I smoked crack with Hunter Biden.
How was it?
To fully disclose, because I've been asked this 8,000 times, I did not actually smoke crack. It is a joke because conservatives still have humor. We don't all need to be serious and angry.
I know.
They're good. That's so true, Queen. That is so cool.
No one likes an
I'm not angry. It's a joke.
angry woman.
I'm laughing.
You smoked crack before?
Not yet.
Would you?
Maybe with Hunter.
If you had to pick one person to smoke crack with besides Hunter Biden, who would it be?
Oh my God, Alex Jones.
No, Obama.
Obama?
Yeah. Obama or Alex Jones. I love Alex Jones a lot. He's been right about everything.
Everything?
Here he is right here.
Okay, maybe not 2 things.
Alex Jones is always right.
Alex Jones is daddy.
I saw him speak January 5th in D.C. before the 6th. He was there with Roger Stone and some others.
The recall, and the vote's going to be in tomorrow?
But they'll probably manipulate the vote over the next several days and weeks. So I've already heard about people who go in to vote, and they say, we already have your vote, and they're saying, wait a minute, here's my original ballot. So they're already starting to cheat, trying to cheat.
This is Orange County? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that tracks, doesn't it?
Do you know what a camel toe is?
No.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Oh my God, I don't want to explain this on. Google what a camel toe is.
Kelly, do you know what a camel toe is?
I believe a camel toe is the bottom part of a camel's toe that inverted, very interestingly, also looks like maybe a female portion of the anatomy that I would say that would be called down south.
When your pants are too, when your underpants are too high. You're one of us three.
Oh God.
Wait, us three, come on. Okay. What? Us three. Oh.
That's better.
Toe and
That
Sleepy
rhymes.
Joe. What a couple.
That
what a team.
rhymes.
Camel Toe and Sleepy Joe. Camel Toe and Sleepy Joe. They
Get
all
'em.
got to go. Take
Got 'em.
Newsom with you.
Bars.
Mussolini. They're terrible. Throwing a
Facts.
little mustache, he looks just like Hitler. He tries to be like Hitler. They use COVID as a scam to get Trump out of office,
Is
to
he
get
rapping?
mail-in voting, to manipulate the votes, just like they're going to try to manipulate this voting for Governor Newsom. Let me tell you, the people of California hate
What I got chicken nuggets. I got 20 of them.
Biden. We like freedom.
'Cause they're good.
We like liberty. We like choice. Not accept, but the choice, the women need to make choice not to abort their babies and use birth control. So that's where we have a difference on choice. That's called pro-life, and that's called protecting the babies. We need Biden
Protecting
out.
those damn
we
babies.
need Camel Toe out. We need Newsom out. And we need to get rid of Bill Joyner too. He's got to give that home back. Out.
20? They're good. I enjoy them. It said that it was for 2 people on the thing, but no. Who commented your mom does not follow on the damn video? I'm gonna delete that. How do I delete comments? Remove. That was funny. I mean, that is very revealing, right? Gut field video. Oh no. Yes! Stand up. Let's fucking go, dude.
Welcome back.
Do you turn off Patreon notifications? Nope, I did not. Did you try to game it again and it didn't work? This is great news.
All right, so this is the part of the show where we had stand-up comedy all week, but we ran out of comics. So I decided, why not read from Steve Doocy's new book of recipes? Who doesn't love a good recipe, am I right?
Greg, I can do it.
Yeah. So it's cool, Kat, but we're going to devote a whole segment to Steve Doocy's new book.
I can do it. I brought my microphone already with me.
This is this woman's tight 5. All right, let's do it. Her tight, this is like, yeah. So this is, you know.
I promise, Steve Doocy, I will talk about his new book of recipes.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you rather hear about gluten-free spaghetti or listen to the one and only Cat Tip?
All right. Go, Paul.
Yes. #1 late night slot.
I've been carrying this microphone all week, waiting for my shot. Thank you. See how this goes.
Terrible
no
vibes
matter
right off the bat.
How bad your life is going, there's someone on the internet who has it worse and is being very open about that. Right? I have a few friends on Facebook that are always just blowing up my feed with the most depressing stuff in the world. Like,
That's right.
guess it's just another night alone. Like,
It's so fucking true, Queen. That's so true.
guess it's just another night alone. Watching TV by myself. In case somebody wants to call me, but they won't because... in the world. Like...
Yes, sir. So fucking true, Queen.
Guess it's just another night alone. Watching TV by myself.
That's a great sub noise.
In case somebody wants to call me, but they won't because no one ever does. It's like, yo, that's because you've made it very clear that you suck.
That's the punchline. That's awesome, dude. That's like a fake joke that Hannibal would say on the Eric Andre show as like a...
No one is going to invite you to their party if they're worried you
Pasta,
are going to
things that you
sob
said.
violently at it. That's why on Facebook you pretend everything's going amazing. Make everyone think things are going better than they actually are. It is like a padded bra for your life.
That's the punchline. Is that the whole point? All right, that's her best oh no, she closes with the best one. You should close with your best one. So let's keep it open. That was a warm up. That was the joke. You should it's annoying when people are sad online and you should be happy online.
No, I am this type of a joker.
Your account should be like a padded bra. Log the Big, thank you for the gift sub. And Jed, thank you for the 7 months.
That can make you sad sometimes
All
too, though,
cops are
because,
bad
well,
cops.
there's a lot of very hot people on there. I clip fake hair into my actual hair every day because I feel like I have to keep up with the Kardashians, right? But I'm not.
This is worse than I expected. I'm going to be honest. This is so bad. This is so fucking Jesus Christ, dude. 9.6 thousand likes. What is going on here?
Not sure how much it really matters because in all of my experiences with men, I know men cannot tell if a woman has good hair. They don't know. I've never seen guys at a bar pointing at a girl like, ugh. Did you see that girl Brian's talking to? Her hair has like no volume, bro.
All right, that's about the
Should've
quality I expected.
In the hair on the girl I was with last night. The sheen, bro, the sheen.
There we go.
Women,
okay.
we are way too insecure.
That's about the quality. The sheen, bro, the sheen was about the quality I expected. That was about where I was imagining.
No reason.
At least there's like a punchline. At least there's a punchline.
I do not mean that in the body positivity way. Because the body positivity, they make it, those people, everything worse, right? Do you remember the Dove soap normal bodies campaign, right? The women in the
All right,
ads.
so here we got the conservative comedy. This is what cancel culture is not allowing. This is what humor was like before cancel culture. This is Chain of Dogs. Thank you for 2 gift subs. Dave Chappelle killing them softly. That's what cancel culture didn't allow. But because it's a conservative, show, we can go back to that level.
Ads were like, we're bodies normal in our underwear. Buy our soap, right? Okay, cool. How is that supposed to make anyone feel any better, right? Saying your body is normal is not a compliment. The John Mayer song was like, your body is normal, normal body, normal. Don't think it would have been as big of a hit, right? My husband told me I looked normal once. I cried so hard my fake eyelashes fell off. And you might have heard about that because I did post about it on Facebook. Nobody
it's a
invited me to their
callback.
parties that week. All right, thank you guys. Bye.
That's it. Just fucking crushed, dude. That's literally a please clap. That's her type 5. That's crazy. That was the closer. That was it. Yeah, but she was like, you know what? This would make a really fucking killer callback to that other joke about online and how you should, you have to put on a face online.
Hey, Sean.
It should have been your body is a normal land. Yeah. Yeah, it is the Dale Crafts bit. To be true, I never complained about women's hair as long as you wash your hair. I'd say it was funny enough, but also that it ended right on time. Yes! Get her ass! Owned! Owned! That give that guy a job. That was good. That was good. Goddamn, dude. Some of the comments are good. Didn't hear any of Kat's jokes. Her legs had all. That's weird. When she tries to be funny, it gets a little rough. God bless her heart. She's so brave. That's what you love to hear someone talk about your stand-up. She mentioned that she has done stand-up before. Kind of got the Joan Rivers vibe from her. I don't know. I don't actually know what that means. It's just people who are horny. That's all that's going on here. A lot funnier than Stephen Colbert. I mean, listen, the bar is low. She's definitely funnier than any of the feminist female comedians of late. Am I the only one who finds Kat real attractive? The older Stephen Colbert bits on the Daily Show, I'm gonna pick like. I have good memories of those when I was like fucking 12. I shouldn't do this because I'm gonna look back and they're gonna be ass. What's a funny one? His Stephen Colbert's first skit on The Daily Show was really good. I remember this. Fuck, what is the goddamn... No, the character was fine. Fuck, where is it? If anyone has the link to those, or one of the funnier ones. Is it gonna play it? I don't want to hear what they say now. Oh, there's no. Okay. Well, never mind. Colbert and the... I remember the Colbert Report being funny, but I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe a 50-50. Let's see. I don't remember this one. Let's see.
You just made me vomit in my own mouth. What's
the Correspondence Dinner? That one was good. Yeah. Hannah Reloaded. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Go follow Hannah Reloaded if you do not. We're talking about how much we love Stephen Colbert. Correspondence Dinner. I actually do want to watch. Oh, it's long. I remember this actually being funny.
Here with a special edition of the Colbert Report, Stephen Colbert.
This is Bush. I'm saying he fell off is the point I'm trying to make. That this was actually not bad.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Because it's like I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Cops are bad cops.
Quasplum. Thank you for 2 months.
Before I begin, I've been asked to make an announcement.
Thank you.
Whoever parked 14 black bulletproof SUVs out front, could you please move them? They're blocking in 14 other black bulletproof SUVs. They need to get out. Wow. Wow, what an honor. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. To actually, to sit here.
I actually don't
at
get
the
that.
same table with my hero, George W. Bush. To be this close to the man. I feel like I'm dreaming. Somebody pinch me.
I didn't get that one.
You know what? I'm a pretty sound sleeper. That may
Oh,
not be
just the
enough.
Secret
Somebody
Service?
shoot
Okay,
me in
yeah,
the
yeah.
face. Is he really not here tonight? Damn it. The one guy who could have helped. By the way, before I get started, if anybody needs anything else at their tables, just speak slowly and clearly into your table numbers. Someone from the NSA will be right over with a cocktail. Mark Smith, ladies and gentlemen of the press corps, Madam First Lady, Mr. President, my name is Stephen Colbert, and tonight it is my privilege to celebrate this president. Because we're not so different, he and I. We both get it. Guys like us, we're not some brainiacs on the nerd patrol. We're not members of the Factinista. We go straight from the gut. Right, sir? That's where the truth lies. Right down here in the gut. Do you know you have more nerve endings in your gut than you have in your head? You can look it up. Now I know some of you are going to say I did look it up, and that's not true.
Comments, thank you.
That's because you looked it up in a book. Next time, look it up in your gut. I did. My gut tells me that's how our nervous system works.
Oh, fuck, the Dick Cheney joke. I did not get... Sorry, that just processed. Goddamn. I forgot about that did he accidentally kill his friend in a hunting accident, or he shot him in the face and he survived?
I show the Colbert Report. I speak straight from the gut, okay? I give people the truth unfiltered by rational argument. I call it the no fact zone. Fox News, I hold a copyright on that term. I'm a simple man with a simple
He apologized? I'm glad he did.
I'm glad. A simple set of beliefs that I live by. Number one, I believe in America. I believe it exists. My gut tells me I live there. I feel that it extends from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And I strongly believe it has 50 states. And I cannot wait to see how the Washington Post spins that one tomorrow.
The wrong person apologized. I'm glad that that guy apologized to Dick Cheney for being shot in the face, is what I'm saying.
I believe in democracy. I believe democracy.
All right, we do have to.
My family and I are deeply sorry for all that Vice President Cheney and his family have had to go through this past week. We send our love and respect to them as they deal with situations that are much more serious than what we've had this week.
Sigma rules. Actually, no.
Democracy is our greatest export. At least until China figures out a way to stamp it out of plastic for 3 cents a unit. As a matter of fact, Ambassador Zhou Wenjian, welcome. Your great country makes our Happy Meals possible. I said it's a celebration. I believe the government that governs best is the government that governs least. And by these standards, we have set up a fabulous government in Iraq. I believe...
That's good. That's funny. See,
I
told you.
In
I told you.
yourself up by your own bootstraps. I believe it is possible. I saw this guy do it once in Cirque du Soleil. It was magical.
It's good, right? Like, I don't know what happened. This is funny. These are good jokes.
And though I am a committed Christian, I believe that everyone has the right to their own religion, be you Hindu, Jewish, or Muslim. I believe there are infinite paths to accepting Jesus Christ as your personal savior. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's yogurt. But I refuse to believe it's not butter. Most of all, I believe in this president. Now, I know there's some polls out there saying that this man has a 32% approval rating. But guys like us, we don't pay attention to the polls. We know that polls are just a collection of statistics that reflect what people are thinking in reality. And reality has a well-known liberal bias. So, Mr. President, please pay no attention to the people who say the glass is half full. 32% means the glass. It's important to set up your jokes properly, sir. Sir, pay no attention to the people who say the glass is half empty. Because 32% means it's 2/3 empty. There's still some liquid in that glass, is my point. But I wouldn't drink it. Last third is usually backwash. Okay.
That's a good joke. That's a well-structured joke. Another point I want to make, like, that he understands, like, that's a good example of good joke writing, right?
Look, folks, my point is that I don't
know what happened, man.
In this presidency, I believe it is just a lull before a comeback. I mean, it's like the movie Rocky, all right? The president in this case is Rocky Balboa, and Apollo Creed is everything else in the world. It's the 10th round. He's bloodied. His corner man, Mick, who in this case I guess would be the vice president, he's yelling, "Cut me, Dick, cut me." And every time he falls, everyone says, "Stay down, Rock, stay down." But as he
Don't show me the fucking... All right, this is Colbert now.
So let's find out the way the vaccine is changing the scene. In our new recurring segment,
I'll
The Vaccine.
Ten gift subs and I stop.
Stall. Why
That's
the
the price.
can you ask? I asked that myself. The answer, public
I actually do want to watch
domain. It's the answer to most things, really.
That's
the vaccine.
Oh, fuck, dude.
The vaccine.
We are the vaccine. Get your shot right now in your arm. It won't hurt. Then go hug your mom. Get your shot. Hug your mom. Get
What's
your shot.
this?
Hug your mom.
The vaccine.
Oh, God. What is the point? Why the voices?
All cops are bad cops.
Platypus.
The vaccine.
Think of the 5 months. I see God. I see God.
Get a shot, get a shot, get a vaccine shot, get a shot, get a shot, get a vaccine shot, get a shot, get a shot, get a vaccine shot, get a shot, get a shot, get a shot, get your vaccine, shot, shot, shot.
It's cool. Think about this. Someone uploaded this so that someone could watch this and enjoy it. Like, oh, I want to see all of them connected.
My sentiments exactly. The vaccine.
All right, I want to see. Does he done the one? I want to do the. I think it's this one.
Welcome, one and all, to The Late Show.
No, it's not. The classic one. James, I forgot that I totally blocked out that James fucking Corden has a talk show. Who gave him? Why did he get one? What is?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're so happy that you're here. Thanks for.
How long has he had this? 26 million subscribers. What happened? What is going on?
Stopping by on tonight's show, we'll be joined by the incredible Stanley Tucci. We got a performance from Pentatonics. Be around.
Liv is trying to hurt us. I hurt myself in the process. I just fucking had a my brain just.
The vaccine.
There we go. This is the one. Culture is fucking dying, dude. Culture really is dying. There's nothing. It's...
Vaccine.
Let's just... Yeah, let's... Fucking 90-year-olds. This is great.
Vaccine.
Honestly, I agree. I'm gonna have to upvote that one. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, how do I get unvaccinated? Is that possible? Can you take the antibodies out of me? Give us Obama. What is this?
Obama. 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 Obama.
That's great. Thank you for that link. That's very funny. What do we got? What else do we got in this great list of content? Hold on. Don't I have other stuff? Parax game. I'm gonna assume that that's a murky or something. It's gonna be. I'm gonna get owned in some way by whatever you sent. Oh no, it's an Alex Jones clip. Okay, cool. It's great stuff.
Back over to take over. Stalin kicks them out. They come over here. And now they are the Republican Party. Hardcore Trotskyites. Hardcore. They give you the Patriot Act, everything else. I mean, we're in deep trouble. We are in deep, 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 deep trouble. And I only wish Stalin would have got all of them. I got to be quite honest. Trotsky, these people, that's some bold statement there. Back over to take over. Stalin kicks them out. They come over
Based. That's so funny. That Society of Stalin actually did it. We would have no neocons. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's the thing. It's important to highlight that Alex Jones is actually talking about a real phenomena with like anti-Stalinist Marxist-Leninists, very specifically Trotskyites in America. A lot of them would come to found the neoconservative movement. Trotsky is an important like founding intellectual figure to neoconservatism. And I'm not fucking with you. They use the notion of permanent revolution. Hitchens is an example of this. Hitchens is a Trotskyite.
Oprostite trenutak, znam da je možda neumjesno, možda vam se neko žuri. Ne, nigdje. Tim bolje. Radimo sad nešto kad pitamo ljude. Recite, da li u novoj, dakle 1998. kad bi mogli oživjeti jednog čovjeka, samo jednog, koji bi to čovjek bio?
Samo Staljina, samo Staljina. Staljin je jako potreban današnje vrijeme, ne samo u našoj državi, već u cijeloj Europi, u cijelome svijetu. Svaka socijalistička zemlja koja je se rasturila, raspala, viš na što je došla. Došla na jedno teško siromaštvo, nerad, nemaju šta piti, jesti. Ja bih vratio Staljina. To bi Staljin sve sredio.
Zašto Staljin?
Pa zato što ja ličim jako na Staljina. Isti sam Staljin, ja čak mislim da mi imamo neku vezu familijarnu sa Staljinom.
A kako mislite da bi Staljin riješio situaciju u Hrvatskoj? Političku, geopolitičku, socijalno?
Čvrsta ruka, batine i zatvori. Treba sve zatvore oživiti, treba ponovo nadozidati. Ako zatvor ima 4 kata, treba nadozidati još 4 kata. Goli otok treba otvoriti kao Goli otok i treba samo disciplina i batina.
Recite mi, zna se za jednu hrvatsku uzrečicu batina?
Goli Island is an island in Croatia, or off the coast of Croatia, that I'm pretty sure, actually that's really ironic, given that like a lot of Stalinists got put on Goli Island. Like the communists in Yugoslavia that sided with Stalin against Tito were put on that island. I'm fairly certain. Or it was another island off the Adriatic. Essentially just a work camp where they built a road from one side of the island to the other side.
Batina iz raja izašla. Da li ste vi pobornik takvih?
Batina iz raja izašla. Ja mislim da je raj batina. Ja mislim da je u raju tuku. Nisam bio u raju, ne daj Bože da završim u raju, ali batina je majka, batina je sve. Da ja nisam dobio batine, ja bi sad ovdje vas zbo nožem.
Awesome. That's a very funny clip. Yeah, there's a lot of Russian nationalists that like Stalin. Joseph Broz Tobar Skroc. What a cool and relaxed guy. What's his name? The person that Jordan Peterson's daughter has a child with. I don't know if they're married or if they're relationship. Michaela Peterson's husband, I guess, is a Russian nationalist who is a Stalinist. Wasn't Stalin a tanky? Yikes, I'm sort of getting tanky vibes from this Stalin guy. Can you guys please unfollow him? Actually, that's not true. Stalin wasn't a tanky. Because tanky is a reference to a pejorative term that the anti-Khrushchevite left used against those within the British Communist Party who supported Khrushchev's intervention into Hungary. So actually, if you think about it, yeah. Stalin not tanky confirmed. That's so true. Nothing but facts. What else do we got? I refuse to think. That's probably a good idea. I can't blame you there. There's some other links. Where did I put them? Oh no. Oh, why did you have to send me that? Oh no. Why? I saw this and I was like, someone's gonna make me fucking watch this, aren't they? Keir Starmer gets a lesson from Jess Phillips on how to be a leader. I haven't watched this. I've only seen people's reaction to this.
Steve, he's nicking my scooter!
Did someone call for the Foxman?
The who?
The Foxman. By day, I am Keir Starmer, a politician limited by the irrelevance of the Labour Party. But by night, in the guise of Foxman, I tackle injustice wherever I see it. Within the prescribed legal and regulatory framework, obviously.
So, you're a superhero with no utility belt, no ninja stars, and no actual powers.
True. but I do have a very complicated backstory.
In that case, I'm off.
Do something! There's a crime staring you right in the face!
There is indeed. Your helmet does not comply with safety regulation EN 1078, which clearly states that there shall be no oculation in the field of vision horizontally by a minimum of 105 degrees from the longitudinal vertical median plane.
All right, Bob, show some fucking leadership.
Aren't you Jess Phillips, the annoying outspoken feminist who wants to drag Labour more to the centre?
No, I'm Viral, the annoying outspoken feminist superhero who wants to make Labour more electable.
Superhero, eh? What's your backstory?
Oh, fuck. Another Labour man banging on about the past. Oh, old things! Stand back and let the young generation sort this out.
Great idea. Let's convene a citizens' assembly of under 17.
Convene my big Labour veg.
You cut my scooter in half!
Ah, an egalitarian solution. Redistribute resources equally.
Nah, destroy the bloody thing because an adult man should not be on a scooter like a baby. You want to suck some fucking milk from my big Labour tits?
Not really. You seem quite angry.
Yeah, because of the bloody patriarchy. Now, bugger off! I'm going to tweet about this.
This is like, this is the worst because it's not even like, it's just bad. I can't even explain it. It's just not, there's not even.
Going viral!
Your methods differ from mine, and your language is a bit Weatherspoons at closing time, but we fight for the same cause.
Like, what's the point of this? What is actually the point of this? Is this for Tories, I guess? Like, how did they make this? What was the pitch? What was the starting pitch for this? I want to know so badly. What did they start with that they moved on to
Perhaps
this?
the centre and the left can join forces.
And stop internal fighting? I'd never go viral again, Doc. Right, I'm off on my scooter.
A scooter? But you said...
It's fine when I do it, you fuck.
Successful
Hashtag viral.
evening, sir.
I learned a valuable lesson. If I'm going to save this nation from the forces of darkness, I'm going to have to talk about my genitals and swear a lot more.
Indeed. Shall we go home?
Yes, you big hairy swat. Jess Phillips, I need your help. I'm supposed to be the star of the Labour Party conference, but Angela Rayner's been getting all the attention.
'Cause she shows some bloody passion, Kia.
But she used the S word, the one that rhymes with... bomb.
She got excited and it worked.
Excited, eh? And how does that come about?
You like football, right? How do you feel when Arsenal score?
Content, on occasion, within certain parameters.
Oh, Diane Abbott's tits, Bab. You must have some emotion. What did you do on your wedding night?
It was quite something. We wrote our thank you letters all night.
Oh, I'm sick of...
Yeah, I don't want to finish. It's not even good. It's just boring. It's just boring. It's not even like, what is the point of this? I don't. Jesus Christ, dude. What's going on there? What's going on? God damn. Oh, let's see. This is a Milo bit.
Outside this pub where I've been... Sorry, you've just caught me outside this pub where I've been having a pint of beer with some blokes. Yes, I am aware of the Prime Minister's remarks about letting the bodies pile high in their thousands. And I would like to say that is completely wrong. Those bodies should be stored in the correct way as appropriate for public health. And that is not to denigrate the hard work of those piling the bodies, because those in many cases are votes that we in the Labour Party want to win back. And we know that many communities up and down the country rely on the body piling industry, which has been stripped so bare. And I welcome, of course, the Prime Minister's work on piling the bodies, but I would call on him to go further and work with us on storing those bodies in the correct way until such a time as the total number of bodies can be reduced. Sorry, you've just caught me outside this...
That's a great fucking bit. That's a great Milo bit. It's very good. The body piling in it's very funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is an name. Okay, I remember this. Yes, shout out Milo. Shout out Trash Future Pod. They also stream. What else do we got? Bodies. Yeah, it does. Like, it's a good. Did I go over infrared? Oh yeah. Should I even do that? It's wild. He made how many? How long is that fucking Substack post about like Twitter drama? Yeah. Hashtag rising, dude. Nowhere to go but up. Oh, this is good. This is relevant.
Greg Gutfeld
10,000 words. That's incredible.
and Candace Owens decided that they were going to tackle a discussion about homelessness. And I am sure that during the course of this discussion, they will treat it with respect and they will not say anything horrible about homeless people.
People love zombie movies.
Thank you for 1,000 bits. Hello from Argentina. Hello.
But it's not fun when you live it. And right now, because I go up 6th Avenue every day, and I see legit zombies.
How's
People
Argentina
that the world have
doing?
just tossed aside, and they don't crave human flesh like the.
They are not legit zombies. Jesus, dude. They are people who might be, like, I don't know, victims of capitalism or mental health.
People like you every fucking day going online to say exactly what Candace Owens is about to say.
I don't think Has belongs. Has is not a part of the Communist Party of the USA.
And yeah,
he's trying to change it by posting, I believe. And I think he bullied them out of taking stolen land. He bullied them out of putting stolen land in their bio. Like, they had stolen land in their bio, is what I'm saying, and then he bullied them and they took it out.
They're put there by you, and the idea that, like, what zombie movie you just walk past the zombies and like feel bad for them?
Yeah,
that's not a zombie movie.
Also, what is a legit zombie?
He also, they're literally zombies. No, they're not.
Well, 28 days later.
He doesn't walk past them and feel bad for them. He walks past them and compares them to zombies, like monsters. But I mean, like, what a way to start
everyone
that
else
clip.
is put aside. I'm just calling them zombies.
Right? Oh, and by the way, as you mentioned, right, he's in that position because of people like you, right? Like, there's no recognition that, I don't know, dude, if you didn't want to see said zombies, support universal housing programs, and that's all we need to do. Bing bang boom. But continue.
Well, you understand, I mean, they do. It's a rhetorical point. Like, the implications of referring to them as zombies, right? Of like what the command of what you're supposed to do to them. This is something interesting about, like, the language used in a lot of genocides generally relates to, like, referring to those groups as, like, either generally dehumanization and as an extension depersonalization. The immediate example I'm thinking of is, like, cutting the tall trees, the Rwanda genocide. Comparing Jewish people to rats during the Holocaust, for instance. Like, it is a command. That comparison is a command about what the group that is saying it wants you to do to those people. You have the permission to treat them as if they were the thing that they're being referred to as. And what a better example than zombies, right? In a zombie movie, about, like, exactly what they want you to do, or they want the people listening to do to homeless people.
Up 6th Avenue every day, and I see legit zombies, people that the world have just tossed aside, and they don't crave human flesh like the Hollywood version, but it's almost worse because we're just ignoring it. Like
worse than
$1 billion
zombies.
spent on homelessness, and there are people lying around on the streets.
I'd like to see an accounting of that.
Yeah, it was De Blasio's wife.
Right.
He was in charge of that, so no one counted it.
Right, exactly. And then,
Yeah.
that's the thing that's
It was de
also so
Blasio's
ridiculous. Is
wife
I
that
have
was in
uncles,
charge.
I came from poverty, but I have uncles who live on the streets. There's this weird idea they fantasize about who homeless people are as if they're all just trying for a better life. These people are drug addicts.
Yeah,
if you give them a house, they'll rip the pipes out and sell it to get the drugs. People don't understand this.
There's a high fraction of mentally ill, drug addicted, and I watched they'll send people out to talk to them on the street.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't realize that in order for people to have shelter that you've got to like take care of your home to a certain degree, and didn't realize that pipes were really hot on the black market in order to sell to purchase
Copper pipes
drugs.
are if you want to strip the whole thing, but at the end of the day, it's interesting that they feel this way because it seems as though they acknowledge that the system that we have requires that some people fall through the cracks and experience the extreme maldistribution of resources so that some people can have an extreme surplus. But, they just want that to exist out there somewhere in an abstract. It has to still exist, but they don't want to ever be forced to see it, which I think is just a completely unreasonable thing for people who support the system to ever say. It's like, well, you understand that for you to make like $1 million from like spouting hate, some people have to be the victims of that hate, so you should have to see them, at the very least. It's like the whole you want to live in a society where we execute criminals, it should be played publicly. Everyone should have to watch it.
Also, would love to find Candace Owens's uncles and find out what they think.
He disowned her. They might be drug addicts, but they have standards.
right.
They might rip the copper pipes out of a house, but they don't hang out with people like Candace. That's like that's a little bit low brow.
Well, that's another thing. So we've moved on from people who are homeless to drug addicts who, by the way, like shouldn't have to rip pipes out of the wall or take like copper out of like wires in order to.
It's interesting how some of these ideas repeated sort of what was said in that video, the Channel 5 video, about where it's like, we've tried everything. It's just they don't want homes. It's like as if that's anywhere close to reality. As if like there isn't just like an empirical link between providing housing and like society at large improving, right? There was even in Vancouver, they did a thing of I believe it was giving some homeless people a certain amount of money, and it turned out that actually helped even the fucking economy. Because they spent it on housing and potentially being employed because you have to survive.
Get drugs. They should be treated
like even on the brutal capitalist terms, it works. It's a
like
notion that's
with a medical problem, like which is what they have. Like the idea that like that's just the only thing that drug addicts can do is be forced to go to the black market and be excluded from healthcare and actually addressing their addiction in any kind of real way.
Well, she frames it like as if this is a 1970s definition of people who've experienced addiction. They don't actually want to get better. That's what she said there. She said that they don't want to exist in society. We treat them as, oh, poor them, right? But they don't want to be a part of society or else they'd stop taking drugs. And of course, let's note that she specifically codes these experiences with like her own relatives in a way that
yeah. But it's messaging to their base to see homeless people in a particular way. That is a thing you should pay attention to in terms of messaging. The attempt at depersonalization, because it has very serious consequences. What should we watch? Oh, yes.
I'm a former...
Yes. Yes, I enjoy these. Just in a pure sort of pleasure sense of Sam Cedar talking to libertarians.
Objectivist, libertarian-leaning person. I've held like these views for maybe the past 10 years. And it's just And it's recently this year that I pretty much kind of crossed over into the leftist field. And as someone with these ideas, the one thing that became very common
Yeah, it's
with
former.
debates
Okay.
that I told, because what
I'm
drew me to your
disappointed.
show was the show with Yarn Brook, which was important, interesting to me, because Yarn Brook, again, was the what do you call him, leader of the Ayn Rand Institute, whatever think tank they like to circle jerk around, basically. And when I watched it, it's where the contradictions that I held, or not really contradictions, but more of, I noticed the arguments that y'all made against them in the circles, the circle talking that they do. And I feel like I can be maybe an explanation, maybe explain these reasons why they believe what they think. Because in my personal view, I argue
This
that
is the
libertarianism
we're in hell. Yeah, this sort of actually does sound like we're in hell.
in of itself was
I
highly
actually do
influenced
hear
by
it.
like Ayn Rand and objectivism. And I think a lot more than people like to think that they do. And I think one of the biggest things that leftists and progressives in general do is ignore her and say that she's not worth speaking about. And I argue 100% that that's a fatal flaw, and we never should have done that. I believe that the left should take her seriously, because I really believe that if we can understand her beliefs 100%, that we can argue against libertarian think points, because they don't realize that the arguments that they're making can be pulled straight out of the Fountainhead, straight out of Atlas Shrugged. One only needs to read like the words she said to know like where they got, like, the right gets these ideas from, like parasites, or personal liberty, personal responsibility. It's like, where do they pull this nonsense from? Because we have to understand that Ayn Rand, when she defined her philosophy objectivism, she pretty much tried to
Oh, the Facebook stuff is, we haven't talked about that. No, hold on.
rewrite philosophy and basically justify capitalism and giving it that philosophical foundation. And we can throw around all the time. It's like, oh, well, she's not. It's like, she's nonsense.
My experience of a lot of libertarians is that they embrace Ayn Rand. I mean, maybe some of them don't.
To an extent. And and this is where I will put that line. So it's like when I saw the title calling Yarn Brook libertarian, in objectivist view, it makes, like, again, I'm still kind of have the after effects of having these views for so long that, like, calling them libertarian still makes me cringe, because in Rand's words, she would have completely went on probably a 30-minute tangent saying how she's not a libertarian. She hates libertarians. She called them anarchists, basically. So it's like, I think the big mistake we make is comparing libertarianism and objectivism as the same thing, because they're foundationally, to objectivists, they're not. They're completely two different ideologies. To Ayn Rand herself, she considered libertarians to be a complete plagiarist of her work. Like, where do you think the non-aggression principle became popularized from? Was through Ayn Rand. Like, read Atlas Shrugged, when she's pretty much at the end of John Galt's speech. She says, I swear by my life and my love of it that I'll never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another to live for mine. That is the philosophical, moral basis
You dropped the quote,
for their
dude.
entire ethics. It is that personal responsibility. So when they say personal responsibility, they're meaning on the outright that rights are inalienable, that rights then and of themselves are given through the government, not through the fact that you were born. So that is the underlying premise where rights come from. And we need
I'm confused about this, because he's saying how, like, well, libertarians aren't based on Ayn Rand, but then also they stole all of her ideas.
Understand that fully. Even like Rand, like, I wrote up.
Wait a second. Wait. Say that last part, that personal responsibility implies that rights are given by government?
Yes.
How so?
In let me find, because I'm currently doing my own little project of kind of proving it wrong for my own sense, because it's like, after reading. But anyways, let me answer your question.
This is actually a good example of, like, how difficult de-radicalization is. He said that point I thought was interesting, that like he was a libertarian for 10 years and he's like a leftist now, and he's like, but I was thinking about it for 10 years, you know. That's like your milieu for so long that you pre-reflexively go back to it. This is the case for like Nazis who realize, oh, this is a destructive ideology, I need to leave it. That's not the end. That's the start, right? It takes a lot of fucking labor, like individual personal labor, to pull people out of that, especially people who are like literally in like actual Nazi or fascistic groups and who that's their social circle. Like it takes a lot of fucking time to pull them out of it. Not an amount of time you cannot spend in a fucking YouTube video. It's very difficult. It's not like, oh, that's the solution to rising fascism. Because people have to work through all of their ideas. And you can't just tell them their ideas are wrong. They have to decide it themselves. And these are a lot of like very harmful ideas. You know, it's like a bread. Yeah, my BreadTube video is gonna end fascism. But yeah, so it's, I think people overemphasize the ability for de-radicalization to like actually work and to actually really pull people out of it.
Question, because now I'm just going on a ramble.
I will say that Wayne Kerr on the IM says the difference between objectivism and libertarianism is important for 0.3% of the population. I would agree with that.
Yeah. I don't actually think it matters.
But I'm not talking about the 0.3%. I'm talking about in an intellectual conversation, because even like, let me argue in this way. Rand said many times that the way to change society is through the way of philosophy. And I feel like she has, in a way, because her views are still being viewed. And the thing that she is accepted among libertarian groups is,
I don't really know what the point that's being made, though.
Like, being one who was inside the groups, I will tell you firsthand from my own anecdotal, so please don't assume I'm making a statement about it, but saying that her work in libertarian circles is usually kind of, they take her work, but they don't exactly respect her in the way.
So wait a second. So let me just ask you.
This guy is sort of just rambling. This is like,
I'm not 100% sure of the point you're trying to make here. That if I was to tell a libertarian, hey man, you're really an objectivist.
I really know the point he's trying to make.
You know, you're an Ayn Randian objectivist.
No, they won't. Yeah, they won't accept that. But it's
okay. But what is the value of that? I mean, what is the value of that? Of what you're saying to me? I mean, I know that it's interesting to you, and that's fine. But I mean, what is the value?
Point? Yeah, you gotta sell this. This is the point of the call.
The value is that basically how Rand herself states rights as, because she states rights in.
Yeah, but you know, but here's the thing, man. Here's the thing.
We're not gonna talk about that again.
These things are only important within libertarian circles. like.
Yeah, this is sort of, I don't know, what's the equivalent of this? Of like a Marxist discussion between like whether it's a single, like the transformation problem in Capital Volume 3, whether like it's a single system or a multi-system.
Yeah, but
right.
The transformation of surplus value. Yeah, it's like, I mean, yeah, that's very important for the implications of the economy.
So,
but like in the broader discussion of like, you have to understand like why Marxists believe what they do and how they strategize. It's like, I don't know.
You know, for my
difference between like Cockshot, who's a neo-Ricardian, who thinks that like labor is transhistorical, and like, you know, what the fuck is that guy's name? Why am I blanking on? And like Heinrich, who is like
my purpose is
sorry, my brain just stopped working. You get it. It's bullshit. It's like obscure. That's the point of the thing I was trying to make. Just pretend that I finished that sentence and that it made sense.
To be honest with you, I don't really care.
Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. The distinction there is irrelevant. You know, it's only matters to Marxists. and Marxist economists who like reading a bunch of their fucking work.
Like the
That's all
taxonomy
the-
of these different things is less relevant to me than the sort of the broad strokes of the ideology. And I've never.
All right, I was so happy to see more libertarian guy. How's TikTok been? I haven't honestly. After that guy came up to me and said, "Are you on TikTok?" I stopped posting there. Partially because I'm bored of the website. I don't really know what to post. What did I have? Oh yes, this is funny. Facebook whistleblower. Oh, okay. Oh, it should actually have 19. Dude, fucking. This is exactly like that book. Justin Trudeau, New World Order. This is hilarious. Someone who works for Facebook who described employees unable to enter buildings this morning. I mean, wild. Wait, let me. No, I had a better title than this. What is the current title? If you're still in line to strike. This is basically what collapse is going to look like more broadly. Is like all this fancy tech that's being developed is just going to stop fucking working. And then it's like, oh, all of the hospitals no longer function. Darn. Because the fucking, the fingerprint, the eye print that allowed the doctors to enter, it stopped working and people can't get in and out. Darn. That's sort of a indication of the future. All right, let's watch this. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure this is not going to work. I'm predicting it's not going to work. I'm making my. It's not going to do anything. Well, it's not going to do anything in terms of like the government will not change. But yeah, there's two levels of like the interesting level of this interesting implication of I think the discussion more broadly is one, the thing I was talking about before about the fact that like even like a public forum that like facilitated just actual discussion about what people want to talk about, there would still be a lot of fucking problems. Like a public forum that is working the way in which it is supposed to in which it is intended to work, is going to create a shit ton of these issues, even if Facebook accelerates them. Because like, there's a reason people believe this shit, and it's not just because they see weird memes on Facebook. But then also, like, you're never going to get. I guess you can taper it down, but these types of companies are always going to find the way to get the most clicks. And it turns out that promoting controversial content gets more clicks. Why is that, you may ask? Because people want to click it. And that is the problem. Why do they want that? It is a question of desire. You're never going to solve that even remotely. If the Joker could, why would you send this? Why would you send this to me? Sure. Oh God, it's real. I thought maybe it was a joke. I thought maybe it was like a joke. It's real. Okay.
Why so serious?
What is it?
Why so serious? Why so serious?
This is awful, dude.
Why so serious?
Thank you guys so much for watching.
This is like, Jesus Christ, man. That's tough. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. It was badass. You're right. I take it back. God damn. Whew. Yeah, thanks for linking that. Oh, this looks cool. This is tangentially related to what we were talking about before.
This video was brought to you by Mubi, a curated streaming service. This video was brought to you by Mubi, a curated streaming service showing exceptional films from around the globe. Get a whole month free at mubi.com/broedeschanel.
Content warning, discussions of suicide.
Broedeschanel.
If you're tabbed away and you didn't see it or whatever, content warning.
So on August 6, 2021, a British telecommunications watchdog called Ofcom received a record-breaking number of complaints regarding an incident that occurred on one of the UK.
Elizabeth, did you try to rickroll me? Did you try to rickroll me?
UK's most popular shows, Love Island. The incident in question involved a contestant who had been on the show since the start of the season and the man she paired up with during week 2. That night, the contestants were offered a treat from the producers, a movie night where clips of their past and secret indiscretions were played for the rest of the Islanders to see, bringing to light potential betrayals. Now, this sort of sneaky expose was standard practice for Love Island, a reality dating show where bronze, statuesque singles are trapped in a Spanish villa for 10 weeks under the premise of finding love. The show plays out in real time for 5 nights a week, and since the contestants have no access to the outside world, the producers have to get a bit creative about drumming up entertainment. So throughout the series, contentious challenges are introduced where contestants have to snog, marry, or pie their fellow Islanders, or read malicious tweets about each other. The movie night was an elevated version of an older challenge that had always stirred up a great deal of drama in the villa, but this time, you could tell the atmosphere was tenser than usual. The contestant at the heart of the incident, Faye, had disclosed on multiple occasions that she had suffered heartbreaks in the past and indicated often that her trust in partners was somewhat irreparable. So when the inciting clip showed her partner Teddy disclosing that he was simply attracted to another woman, Faye's growing paranoia boiled over. What seemed to viewers as an otherwise stable and fulfilling relationship quickly devolved into a discomfiting, one-sided screaming match wherein Faye yelled at Teddy, a typically soft-spoken person, in front of the entire villa for an uncomfortably long amount of time, threatening to fall out with anyone else who crossed her that night. You might be thinking that these types of emotional outbursts are typical of reality TV, which is maligned by most as a low-culture genre that exploits the worst facets of humanity for entertainment. You're right. This isn't even rare for Love Island, the first 2 seasons of which have some of the rawest emotional outbursts of the genre. But what led to the record-breaking 25,000 complaints was a tumultuous path ending in 3 tragic suicides, which has placed Love Island under an unprecedentedly close microscope. While we may have just emerged from the darkness of early to mid-noughties reality television, an era which gave us unabashedly gratuitous and exploitative shows like America's Next Top Model, The Anna Nicole Show, or 16 and Pregnant, all of which became famous for their transparent manipulation of vulnerable people, What we seem to be moving towards is an era in which the producers behind said shows have only become better at hiding their tactics. This is not to say that Love Island is an inherently bad show. It's a very good show, actually. The earliest seasons delivered some of the most interesting dynamics I've ever seen on reality TV. With season 3 being an actual marvel of modern programming, as we watched a group of multifaceted people forge wonderful friendships and fall deeply in love with one another. Nothing like the manufactured nature of other reality dating shows like The Bachelor and its many iterations. But the consequence of this apparent authenticity is an oppressive scrutiny on the behavior of real human beings who are subjected to abuse from the world's most egregious tabloid culture and a watchful public that reads these tabloids. Numerous former contestants have criticized the show for its failure to provide substantial psychological support or any sort of media training that would protect them from abuse. After 2 contestants, Sophie Graydon and Mike Thalassides, as well as the show's own host, Caroline Flack, all died by suicide within a year of one another, Love Island has raised very serious questions about the nature of reality TV and its duty of care to the real people who participate in it. Now, I don't want to argue that Love Island is the sole cause of these tragic deaths. But after fellow contestants have come out and said that Sophie, Mike, and Caroline struggled immensely under public scrutiny, it would be wrong to dismiss the show and the tabloids' roles in amplifying their duress. Reality TV is an experiment in human behavior. It's easily consumable because we have a natural inclination to watch power exercised on regular people. It feeds upon our basic lust for control.
I was rooting for you! We were all rooting for you! How dare you! Learn something from this!
Hell, one of the top reality shows of the past 2 decades is called Big Brother. But what sets Love Island apart from the typical fodder is that the source of power exercised on contestants is invisible. The host is distant, the narrator is omniscient, the games are trivial, and the real game is taboo. Since the powers that punish and reward contestants are invisible and omnipresent, they've produced a phenomenon where contestant behavior has become increasingly sanitized and self-disciplined. It's something that becomes super clear when looking at how the seasons have evolved over the years. This evolution is so palpable that when you compare the latest season with the first, they seem like 2 completely different shows. After around season 6, some viewers have picked up that Love Island has become certifiably boring, more aligned with the stilted fodder of classic reality programming. It's for this reason that Love Island is the ultimate fulfillment of the panopticon, a system of control which uses subtle forms of surveillance to placate its victims. Love Island's system of surveillance is so effective that over time it's become a detriment to the show's watchability. Contestants are so hyper-aware of themselves being watched from all angles, the producers, the public, their families, that they can no longer deliver the authentic entertainment that's required of truly exciting reality TV.
That's interesting. Because that's evidence on the panoptic model that it's working, right? It molds the behavior of the subject even when, like, they aren't sure whether someone is watching or not. They self-enforce a sort of molding of behavior. But that molding of behavior isn't even useful.
The question is this a bad thing? We'll get there eventually. First, some context.
It's interesting what the notion of authentic means in this instance, right?
Reality TV is a tricky genre, associated with what media scholar Misha Kavka characterizes as low production values, high...
Sorry, this is big news for Britain.
Build that batter.
Yes, sir.
Emotions, cheap antics, and questionable ethics because it is an unabashedly commercial form that mixes the serious traditions of documentary with the entertainment purpose of populist formats. It's a form of TV that many would guiltily consume under the covers at night and denounce as trash by day. Whether it's groundbreaking documentary shows like Alan Funt's Candid Camera of the 1940s, or the PBS family drama An American Family of the 1970s, the late 80s blue flashing light American crime shows like Cops, or the British docu-soaps of the mid-90s like Airport and Driving School, or even the inception of a 24-hour news cycle in the early 90s with the O.J. Simpson trial, it's difficult to say when reality TV was first conceived. But Kafka argues that reality TV as we know it today was consolidated among television stations in the late 1980s, as widespread deregulation of the market economy led to greater competition among broadcasters and rising production costs. This meant that broadcasters were forced to find a way to introduce cost-effective programming that would still generate entertainment value. What kind of program required few to no actors or writers, as well as low production values? Well, with the greater availability of affordable camcorders, they were able to create a form of TV which relied heavily on surveillance or camcorder footage and real-life participants, thus cutting the roles of actors and writers, as well as the high budgets required of shows with greater production quality. In Kafka's words, out of invention and necessity, reality TV was born.
Hey,
While
Mike,
shows
how's
like
it going?
Cops were an early use of the documentary-style
I don't think so.
camcorder
I don't know if this relates to scab stuff, but that
format, it was
I was not aware of that
wasn't
dimension.
until 1992, with the release of MTV's The Real World, that
It's
we'd see
even
today's
worse.
format of reality shows become popularized. Inspired by
Which, makes
youth-oriented
sense.
dramas like Beverly
The
Hills
tracks.
90210 and Melrose Place, producers Mary Ellis Bunham and Jonathan Murray wanted to create an unscripted show that would capture the zeitgeist of young people at the time. In came The Real World, a show which brings together a group of strangers from disparate backgrounds into one house and follows their antics as they navigate life with each other over the course of several months. While the show has become notorious for its debauchery, it originally began as a thoughtful experiment in identity and cross-cultural understanding. Early seasons touched on a number of important social issues and were groundbreaking in bringing difficult subjects to mainstream attention. Everything from the Black experience in contemporary America to the realities of living with AIDS were covered in these seasons. The Real World shifted TV as we know it, with its emphasis on truth and its popularization of the first-person confessional, where a participant sits down privately in front of the camera and discloses their true feelings. It also invisibilized
Congrats on the
production,
Reddit
hiding the
golds.
apparatuses of the camera
Yeah, so this is changed in the Discord now. If you do Nitro, it's Reddit Gold. The Nitro like chat or whatever is the Reddit Gold Lounge or some shit. It's a great change. You should join the Discord.
and screen to create
It'll ping you when I go live. You gotta be to
a
praise.
fourth wall. When
I
asked about
think-
this,
do
Jonathan
I-
Murray said, "You don't want the cast
I gotta listen. What better thing to spend my Reddit Gold on?
to be constantly reminded they're on a television show. It was a concerted effort to heighten the seeming authenticity of the show's events." Scholar Amanda Ann Klein argues that producers of The Real World would create an artificial social environment where participants were reminded of how well they are being perceived at all times. A former cast member told Klein that even something as simple as
I'm investing. It's a business investment. Turning capital into capital. CM to MCM prime. It's called being
going
a
to the grocery
capitalist.
store would be prey to this dynamic. If the cameras decided to follow the person you were with instead of you, you would have no way of knowing if they were simply following that person, or if it was a way of telling you that you weren't generating enough excitement. Klein says, "The Real World was teaching viewers how to be interesting enough to cultivate a monetizable identity." So this was the first time
And you know what? I did it, folks.
how to be interesting
Thank you, The Real World.
enough to cultivate a monetizable identity. So this was the first time we'd see how identities were re-stratified and regulated under what is marketable. The Real World gave rise to a host of major shows: Jersey Shore, Big Brother, Survivor, and many more which are concerned with placing disparate individuals into one space and observing their interactions like lab
classic.
rats, typically through surveillance footage.
The Who show? What is this behavior clip? I feel like that killed
It's safe
on
to say that
Vine.
early 2000s reality TV was straight up depraved. The personalities had become bigger, identities less diverse, and emotionally charged confrontations were at an all-time high. But this depravity declined a bit in the 2010s, and it was in this time, 2015 to be exact.
I want to. What is this from?
Pooja, what is this behavior?
I'm sorry, I kicked it by mistake.
You can't kick it by mistake.
Then pick it up if it bothers
no,
you.
No, you will pick it up.
You don't tell me what to do.
I can tell you what
you
to do.
do not
No,
tell
yes,
me what
Pooja,
to do.
dustbin nahi
You
pick kar
do not
sakte.
tell me what to do.
Or what? Are you going to hit me?
Do you want it?
I don't want
Because you're
to.
asking for it. You're dying for it. Get off my back.
Pooja is a
Got it?
girl boss.
Pooja, calm down. Vida. Pooja, calm down. Pooja, what is wrong with you? Why don't you go? क्यों तोड़ रहे हो आप ये? आप ठीक तो हो? What is wrong with you?
Clean it.
Pooja.
She's a girl boss.
That Love Island emerged to humble beginnings. Now, 2015 Love Island wasn't created from scratch. It's a reboot of an earlier show called Celebrity Love Island, which aired in 2005 and lasted only 2 seasons.
I feel like it's like the fix is just no longer being on Love Island
Early
or
version
Big
featured
Brother.
B-list celebrities shacked up in a tropical villa in Fiji, where they have to couple up and pull on
I feel
public
like that would make
heartstrings
you
in
go
an effort to win
insane.
a £50,000 prize. But it was canceled due to low ratings, and it would be almost a decade until whispers of a revival series began to catch wind. This new series would be hosted by TV presenter Caroline Flack, and this time it would take place on the Spanish island of Majorca over the course of 10 weeks, with the biggest change being that regular people would be cast instead of celebrities. The premise is this. A group of people are thrown into a luxurious, heinously gaudy villa and tasked with forging genuine romantic relationships with one another in the race to win £50,000. Each week, there are raunchy challenges which amount to little more than a romantic night in a private hideaway, and eliminations that range anywhere from a public vote for your favorite islander or couple to ceremonies where the islanders themselves must eject their own friends. Public votes take place on a specific Love Island app now, a late capitalist fever dream that requires an entire video on its own. The show distinguished itself from the get-go with its narration, an endless string of self-aware punchlines aimed at the contestants and even the narrator himself, comedian Ian Sterling. Sterling's cutting commentary is a welcome satire to the otherwise self-serious dating shows of the US, which can often be simultaneously earnest and mind-numbingly contrived. The UK contestants are loud, crass,
all about
horny,
fun.
and even sometimes witty. And the show
Because that's the point. I think there's something that the British ones got.
makes no effort to sell any sob stories, or force any classic romance narratives. Hell, a major reason the US version of Love Island was
And I think these are gonna do better. Like the more people, because no one wants sad shit right now. Everyone wants happy stuff.
such a flop is because
The world is getting worse, and as a result, all of these fucking like corporations are now peddling movies and shows that can make the most condense the most feel-good content into the smallest like time slot.
American television's prudish broadcasting regulations prevent sex and swearing from the screen, leading to what its producer called artful bleeping. And even then, the American contestants could not scrub together enough personality to make their iteration appear any different from Bachelor in Paradise. From the lovably unhinged relationship between Hannah and John, to Jess's slow-burning underdog story, to Camilla's incredible and unique journey to finding a soulmate in Jamie Jewett, to Kem and Chris's touching friendship, to Amber's redemption arc, to Theo and Ovi being iconic in their own separate ways, to this.
Cash.
Cash. His surname is Hughes.
What did they say?
Why am I crying? It's because I care about the baby. Oh my God, what he's got into me. Sorry, Cash, I didn't want you to see that.
There are so many moments in the show that feel so tender and real, and that's what makes it compelling. That's what draws people in each night. As Sterling told GQ, you can only make fun of something for being bad if it's
I feel like
actually
it's worse
quite
for people. It's just literally like hospice content. But instead of the people, it's the nation that's dying. Just like a dying culture you have to nurse into destruction. And it's like, wow, look at the feel good video.
quite good.
Doesn't it make you feel good?
Like any reality show, Love Island has had its fair share of drama. There are a ton of disputes and heartbreaks which are classic to this genre, but in certain seasons, the conflicts are often difficult to watch. For example, in season 2, contestant Zara Holland, who was the incumbent Miss Great Britain, had her title taken away from her while she was still living in the villa after she had sex with another contestant. What made this all the more upsetting was that Zara had been struggling on the show to begin with, finding great difficulty in socializing with the male contestants. She was also incredibly proud of her title, and the show even had an ongoing joke about how often she brought up Miss GB in conversation.
So they
Jess
took it away
Hayes
just
from
'cause she
season
had
1
sex?
endured endless misogynistic attacks from her fellow contestants, with one newcomer joining the show just to give Jess a mouthful about how her behavior, what would now be regarded as unabashed sexual agency, was a disgrace.
That's
Seasons
the whole
2 and
damn,
3 are
that's fucked
difficult
up
to
that she had
rewatch with the
sex.
knowledge that both Sophie and Mike took their own lives. Sophie's struggles near the end of season 2 were so upsetting that I personally was unable to finish it. After Caroline Flack's untimely death in 2020, which was partly triggered by a ruthless barrage of tabloid attacks focused on an incident in her personal life that became widely publicized, many, including Zara Holland, called for Love Island to be cancelled, citing that the Jeremy Kyle show had recently been cancelled after only one participant's suicide. Holland said,
It
"You
makes
think
too
you're
much
on a summer
money.
holiday and you might find love, but you're in a posh prison where you don't know what time it is and a voice in a wall tells you what to do. That
It's-
show screwed me up. I blame
A voice in it literally fucking is. Wait, that is eerily panoptic.
it for everything. What it does to the contestants is terrible." Holland has asserted that she was given
Yeesh.
laughably minimal psychological evaluation before entering the show. With this information now public, Love Island introduced new welfare measures as of 2021. Now, contestants are taught to deal with the negative aspects of social media, given comprehensive psychological support, a minimum of 8 therapy sessions after leaving the villa, full disclosure about the implications of being on the show, and a 12-month period of proactive contact with the show after their departure. Yet somewhere in this evolution to becoming a more nurturing show, something seems to be happening to Love Island. A fracture, if you will, in the very fibers of its watchability. In his seminal 1979 book, Discipline and Punish, French philosopher Michel Foucault, otherwise known as Daddy, created a metaphor for what he saw to be a society dominated by surveillance.
It's problematic. Can we start discussing how it's problematic for women to refer to gay men as daddy? This is queer erasure.
This is Jeremy Bentham, yes, the guy whose embalmed body and poorly preserved head loom over students at the University College London.
Wait, actually? No, that's not real. That can't be real. No fucking way. That's what he deserves, honestly. He deserves that. For all the things that Bentham started, absolutely. Absolutely.
Plan for a structure which, back in 1785, innovated prison architecture. The structure, a circular building which places inmates around.
You know what's actually really interesting? Bentham didn't create the panopticon. He like, and he doesn't really claim to do it. Although even Foucault sort of places it, or at least brings it up and talks about it through Bentham. The initial models were actually related to the factory, which I find interesting. There was some sort of similar sort of panoptic structure proposed and used in some factories, which indicates a more Marxist than Foucauldian point about production and surveillance, and like it's more like a little than it is Marx, I guess, that like that sort of surveillance disciplinary apparatus was built out of attaching people's lives to production and molding them in a particular way to increase production, as opposed to like analogically coming out of the factory. Although I would have to, I can't remember how much Foucault claims that it comes out of the factory. So I guess there's a
periphery.
What do you mean? That pissed me off so fucking much. That fucking Jacobin article. Sorry, we have to talk about that now. Jesus Christ, dude. Hold on, where is it? Just what a fucking rag, dude. What is this? Where is it? Where is it? What does this mean? What does this mean? Michel Foucault saw the promise of a new social order. Have you read the people who wrote this thought that when Foucault wrote a book that was titled Society Must Be Defended, that he was saying that you should defend society. I'm glad they got fucking ratioed. Even in the quote tweet, someone had a good quote about, like, because I talk about Foucault's account of neoliberalism in my video, right? His conceptual, because what Foucault writes about neoliberalism is like an important position or an understanding of it. Like the idea. Here we go. The problem of neoliberalism is rather how the overall exercise of political power can be modeled on the principle of a market economy. So it is not a question of freeing an empty space, but of taking the formal principles of a market economy and referring and relating them to, projecting them onto a general art of government. So the notion that the neoliberal change is this a very well, Graeber's view on Foucault is at least like it's not as bad as that one, which is, as far as I understand, I remember Graeber's critique is that like Foucault's left Nietzscheanism in his later period, and his notion that this sort of the self actually exists, that one can build oneself and one's sexual ethic based on the self. Like the self does the self has sort of a factor or relation to the constitution of the subject, sort of relates to a neoliberal account of identity and of what is the phrase in Foucault, becoming an entrepreneur, an entrepreneur of the self. I can't remember the phrase that's Foucault talks about with the development of neoliberalism, but they're radically different, right? Because Foucault has his own conception of neoliberalism, which looks sort of similar to that, and then his sort of own sort of left Nietzschean ethic. That is a critique, and you could see the similarity there, but in Foucault they're markedly different, and if they are connected, if that phenomena is connected with neoliberalism as a political phenomena, then like that phenomena isn't connected to what Foucault is talking about. That it misses something in Foucault's intention. Even if, you could argue, oh, but you could still very easily go wrong. Like, that's a different critique than in the emerging neoliberalism of the 1970s, Michel Foucault saw the promise of a new social order, more open to individual autonomy and experimental ways of living. That's an entirely different claim. That's to say that that this claim is that claim is giving it way too much credit when this is just like bad scholarship. It's lazy. Yeah. I don't know. I'm glad people have made fun of this. Yeah, it's on the level of like, and this is a problem when you teach, like, I've heard this with profs who teach like Foucault in undergrad, that you get a lot of essays when you teach Foucault that claim that Foucault invented the panopticon. It's like that. It's like almost to that shit, almost to that extent. Like, yeah, it's just lazy. It's like, yeah, what?
And a guard tower.
Why would you engage with something like that when you could engage with like actual criticisms of Foucault?
The center was called the panopticon. Pan meaning all.
I don't know.
And
I don't know the answer to that.
Meaning visual. According to Foucault, the panopticon represents a major transformation in state power, rather than the explicit and public form of discipline.
Yes. So, sorry. Just to finish, Foucault's notion of neoliberalism is essentially that it's an entirely different type of state. Not a state that's weaker. It's not like classical liberalism. And I think this is a point that a lot of leftists need to understand. It involves a much stronger state, but a state that intervenes for market relations. It marketizes social relations. All social relations, relations between people are mediated by a state, and a state that is intervening for markets. And I think that's a really interesting point.
Exercised by, say, monarchs, the panopticon's power is invisible. Inmates are permanently in view of the guard tower and have no way of knowing if a guard is even in it at all. And this is the central mechanism of power. Because a guard does not have to be in the tower, the inmates must assume he's always there, and thus begin to regulate their own behavior in accordance with that assumption. As Foucault says, he who is subjected to a field of visibility, and who knows it, assumes responsibility for the constraints of power. He makes them play spontaneously upon himself. He inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles. He becomes the principle of his own subjection. Over the years, many scholars have used the panopticon to critique contemporary society, and one of the most prominent fields of this scholarship is in communication studies, particularly with regards to reality TV. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? A group of people confined to a space with no access to the outside world, with cameras surrounding them, recording their every movement. Big Brother certainly picked up on that element early, borrowing its name from the oppressive dictator in George Orwell's dystopian classic, 1984. Big Brother uses Orwell's concerns about totalitarian surveillance to embark on an experiment where humans are surveilled consensually for entertainment purposes. But while Big Brother may seem like the perfect realization of Foucault's panopticon, it's actually akin more to something like, I don't know, the Stanford prison experiment than a sleek commentary on surveillance. This is why. The guard, or the surveillance apparatus in Big Brother, is explicit to the contestants at all time. On Big Brother, the contestants are aware of the game they're taking part in.
It's the Society of Control. It's Deleuze's edition. It's what if we had a panopticon that literally could watch people? Because that's the logical conclusion now. The point of the panopticon is that it's more convenient. You know, it's you don't know if you're being surveyed, so you pretend you're being surveyed. There's this sort of self-upkeep, right? But now surveillance has gotten good enough that keeping track of people's data is profitable. It's not a drain. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, to the point in which, like, I think it was like Ford is describing itself primarily as like a data accumulation company. I can't remember the specific phrase used. And now, so it's like the panopticon if it was actually profitable to actually observe people.
They are active players, agents of their
So
own
it's more
roles in the
terrifying.
house. They are explicitly
It's
rewarded
worse.
and punished. They strategize explicitly. The purveyor of power is known to them and plays an active role in their successes or demise.
The panopticon is designed so you can't. There's a prison guard at the center, but you can't tell whether he's in there or not. So he might not be in there, and you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if he's looking at you. So you might as well do what he's supposed to tell you. You might as well follow the rules because you can't tell. So the prison guard can leave, and you're going to continue following the rules.
In
That's
his
the idea.
essay, Here's Looking at You, Reality TV, Big Brother, and Foucault, scholar James Wong argues, the contestants on these programs do not, for the most part, monitor or modify their behavior. One contestant in a Big Brother spin-off in the UK, for example,
cops are
advised
bad
applicants for
cops.
future shows to refrain from relations with other contestants and to be as polite as possible to them.
Interesting. Mexican World Wide Web. Thank you for the 20
This
minutes.
hardly constitutes the kind of policing of one's own behavior in 1984 or in Foucault's discussion of the panopticon.
It's interesting. I want to go back here.
They strategize explicitly. The purveyor of power is known to them and plays an active role in their successes or demise. In his essay, Here's Looking at You, Reality TV, Big Brother, and Foucault, scholar James Wong argues, the contestants on these programs do not, for the most part, monitor or modify their
That's
behavior.
interesting.
One contestant in a Big Brother spin-off in the UK, for example, advised applicants for future shows to refrain from relations with other contestants and to be as polite as possible to them. This hardly constitutes the kind of policing of one's own behavior in 1984 or in Foucault's
That's like-
discussion
yeah.
of the panopticon. Indeed, reality TV shows want the exact opposite of self-monitoring from the contestants. They want the participants' raw reactions.
That's interesting. I don't know if that works. I think that's still fine. Or the thesis. I wonder, is the argument here that like
Exact opposite of self-monitoring from the contestants.
But that still is. I think that's still. The thesis here is that the contestants. The difference is that the contestants are not supposed to self-monitor. That like, the point of the panopticon is a self-monitoring. And
they want.
But I think maybe that's not the case. Constitutes kind of policing. A lot of TV shows want the exact opposite of self-monitoring.
reality TV.
I think that doesn't matter though. I think that it's still productive in the sense like that power is producing a thing that they're doing. That they wouldn't normally do the thing and it's being brought out of them as a result of surveillance. Right?
Shows want the exact opposite of self-monitoring from the contestants. They want the participants' raw reactions, warts and all. Nor do the producers of reality TV shows
like to say that is it's what I'm interested in is like this notion of raw reactions. I want to read this paper. Here's looking at your reality TV. Because the implication here is that like maybe it's a bad faith reading. That like what's instead happening is that there's this authentic reaction that they're giving that isn't related to self-monitoring. But then the Foucauldian question would be like, how is that the raw reaction? Isn't power producing their nature in this like the Foucault critique of Freud and this idea that like, well, Freud is bringing out the nature of humans that have been submerged, where Foucault says, well, it's not the nature of humans. You're bringing something out through power that is historically contingent, right? It's power is deciding what is the actual, nature of the human psyche, in the same sense that like power would decide the raw reaction.
Want their audience to scrutinize their viewing habits. That might lead individuals to stop watching these programs once they recognize their self-debasement.
Nobody doesn't raw reactions. Nor do the producers shows want their audience to scrutinize their viewing habits.
Yet, while this may be true for shows like Big Brother, I argue that Love Island's progression over the years actually contradicts the idea that reality shows don't encourage self-monitoring. In fact, what was once a show that mirrored earlier reality television, highlighting emotional breakdowns, unfiltered vocabulary, explicit intimacy, and the like, has now become subdued. Love Island is the true realization of Foucault's panopticon. Similar to Big Brother, the Love Island villa is home to...
Historically contingent means that like it's contingent on a particular social formation, let's say. This isn't the terms Foucault would be using. Particular power relations. It is the relationship between the analysand and the analyzer. The dude, Freud in his chair analyzing, and the person he's analyzing. It is that power relation that brings out this nature. It isn't, you aren't excavating something that was inherently there about the id. You are leading them on through power.
73 cameras which capture the islanders at every angle.
I think Facebook units positions of power is more power than I think you give them. I guess, yeah, because they facilitate the discussion.
The islanders have no conception of time and no access to the outside world except in the case of an emergency. But the crucial difference is this. In order to maintain the appearance of authenticity...
This is a great clip.
Think about Brexit.
What's that? Like,
Where we're leaving the European Union.
I seriously don't have a
clue. So, like, it was to leave the EU, so we wouldn't be part of Europe.
EU,
which would mean, like,
definitely.
welfare and, like, things we trade with.
Oops.
Would be cut down.
So does that mean we won't have any trees?
Cheese?
Trees?
Oh. No, that's got nothing to do with it, babe. That's weather.
Wouldn't we have trees? What are you talking about?
No, we're just not in the European Union. We're still classed as like being in Europe.
Doesn't it mean it would be harder to like go to like Spain and stuff?
So it'd be harder to go on holidays?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I love my holidays.
Yeah.
Facts, great and very important questions.
That we love so much about Love Island, the mechanisms of control need to be subtle and invisible. Because they're being filmed at all hours of the day, unable to talk about the rules of the game, and unable to predict public opinion, the Islanders begin to regulate themselves under the assumed expectations of what is needed from them. This is in part a result of
which phrase?
Increased scrutiny over the years, and in part, a result of contestants self-regulating under a surveillance system which is now at the height of its power. But it's important to note right now that these two things, public criticism and Love Island's surveillance system, are not mutually exclusive. The sinister beauty of Love Island is in the fact that there is no one source of power over the islanders. As Foucault says, power has its principle not so much in a person, as in a certain concerted distribution of bodies, surfaces, lights, gazes, in an arrangement whose internal mechanisms produce the relation in which individuals are caught up. Any individual, taken almost at random, can operate the machine, in the absence of the director, his family, his friends, his visitors, even his servants. On Love Island, power is decentralized. It oscillates between the producers, the public, the watchful eyes of parents, and even other contestants themselves. Yeah. So let's explore a few ways that these subtle mechanisms of control contribute to the increased self-regulation of islanders and to the show's evolution towards blandness.
Oh, are we doing history of sexuality?
Love Island contestants have no way of knowing which of their actions will be shown on TV and which won't. They therefore assume the guard is always there, and operate accordingly. In earlier seasons, this was less understood by contestants. For example, Zoe Bazia Brown of Season 1 and her partner Jordan had sex in the bathroom during their stay in the hideaway, with the expectation that their tryst would be private since they weren't on camera. But nonetheless, a painstakingly long scene is shown where the camera lingers on the bathroom door, with Zoe and Jordan's mics turned up to full volume for all to hear. This moment was mentioned to Zoe during her exit interview, taking her completely off guard and leaving her mortified. In Season 2, 19-year-old latecomer Emma Woodham is shown asking a fellow Islander if producers can legally show an intimate scene if it isn't under the covers. Receiving no straight answer, she promptly heads to bed and does the deed with her partner Terry over the sheets in full view of all the other Islanders. Of course, this entire moment was shown on television. In later seasons, sex becomes much less prominent on the show. While earlier seasons would show full montages of every couple heavy petting under the sheets right next to each other, any brief moment that even signifies a sexual act now draws a great amount of shock from viewers. Previously, the hideaway was available to the Islanders at all times, for whichever couple felt like it was the right time to consummate their relationship. Now, it's a privilege that you have to earn. And in the latest season, couples who enter the hideaway spend more time wearing costumes and engaging in the sanitized posturing you'd see in a PG-13 Hollywood movie than actually sharing an intimate moment with each other. I mean, they literally keep the fluorescent lights on. Now, I'm not saying this evolution is necessarily a bad thing. Families of the contestants watch the show regularly, and sex is something that can be incredibly personal and private. In the case of seasons 1 and 2, where intimacy was quite prominent, women were often punished more severely both within the show and outside of it. Think back to Zara losing her entire job on top of being shamed by her closest friends in the villa. So the move towards more sanitized portrayal of sex protects the contestants from public shaming, but it also demonstrates the necessity to regulate themselves under a sexuality that is safe and acceptable for TV.
Now,
a more marketable sexuality. An interesting side note, heterosexuality on Love Island is almost compulsory, with the producers calling queer couplings a logistical nightmare. Just some food for thought.
Funny.
What's primary to Love Island, less so than others of its ilk,
Logistical nightmare. What are we supposed to do?
The central game of the show, the race to win £50,000, is completely taboo in the villa. Mere mentions of the money within the house spark outrage from the contestants. The idea is to forget you're on camera in the process of being immersed in your relationships.
Kiera's not here for the right reasons.
Do you think that you talked to JoJo for the right reasons?
It sort of seems like she's not here for the right reasons.
I'm here for the right reasons, so.
And I'm here for the right reasons.
What reason? Amanda acts like she's here for the right reasons. I'm here for the
That is true. Being gay is a logistical nightmare.
He is not here for the right reason.
I'm here for the right reasons. Ashley is here for the right reasons because I don't even know if she knows where here is.
Now the phrase, person X isn't here for the right reasons, is ubiquitous to reality dating shows. But with Love Island, it's a very serious accusation. When there's a contestant who comes across as too aware that they're on a show, they're often punished in subtle ways. For example, Theo
That's
Campbell of Season
interesting.
3 doesn't appear to be particularly infatuated with any of the women, nor concerned about making a connection at all.
Dudes
Instead,
rock.
his persona feels more aligned with the typical villain archetype of a regular reality show. And while his antics are incredibly entertaining, they feel out of sync with the easy naturalism of his fellow Islanders. This comes to a head when he asks Tyla to take off her mic and join him in the pool, then proposing that the two of them pair up to beat out the competition. Tyla, horrified
I think we've talked about Naked Attraction.
by this
that
brazen
rocks.
Machiavellian display, immediately recants this encounter with the rest of the Islanders, tainting Theo in the eyes of the women. He's booted out shortly after in a recoupling ceremony. This type of blatant strategizing is typical of gamified shows like Big Brother, but on Love Island, it's virtually unheard of. Instead, strategists on the show are so subtle that their game playing is left to the speculation of the public. For example, in Season 5, ballroom dancer Curtis Pritchard raised a significant amount of speculation that he was only using his partner Amy to win the cash prize. Much of this was a combination of he and Amy's bizarre pairing, as well as Curtis's milady-type personality, which clashed with the himbo-Chad personalities typical to the show. But once he and Amy broke up and Curtis recoupled with fiery Irish ring girl Maura, a relationship he appeared much more comfortable in, the speculations started to die down and his spot on the show was much safer. On this most recent season, Jake Cornish drew controversy at the outset when he confided in a friend that he wasn't as attracted to his partner Liberty as he would like to be. From this moment on, people scrutinized Jake's every action. It grew to the point where his fellow Islanders began to speculate his true intentions after public opinion started creeping into the villa. Unprecedentedly, his castmates' discussions about Jake's awareness of the camera were aired on TV. The accusations of game playing planted seeds of doubt into Liberty's mind, and the couple, who had been together since day one, broke up and voluntarily left the show very close to the finale. Here, Theo, Curtis, and Jake failed to adhere to the expectations of authenticity. Their presence on the show brought too great of an awareness to the surveillance apparatus, and Theo and Jake, who were unable to regulate their behavior accordingly, were punished for it. Reality shows, however much they attempt to seem truthful, rely upon narratives and storytelling devices to keep audiences glued to the screen. And like any classic story, Love Island has heroes and it has villains. We had Adam Collard in Season 4, Katie McDermott in Season 2, Theo in Season 3, and my favorite Islander of all time, Maura Higgins in Season 5, all of whom teetered a perfect line between quotability, chaos, and dating world ruthlessness. These people are the perfect reality show villains because they give us the entertainment we crave while remaining self-assured and even self-aware about the role they play. But then there are people who enter the villa with the intention of being a hero, whose lack of self-awareness or gradual deterioration begins to threaten the show's watchability. Niall Aslam, an original contestant of Season 4, conspicuously disappeared from the show on day 9, later revealing that he suffered a stress-induced psychosis and had to be admitted to a psychiatric hospital after leaving. Unbeknownst to the public and very known to the producers was that Niall had autism and was given virtually no assistance from the show to navigate life in the villa. He's since said that he was chosen to play the funny one of the cast, and with this expectation placed upon him, he felt the stress of having to perform at all times. Around the time of his departure, a note from the show's psychiatrist read, "Please send me anything you want me to look at. If he does not settle in the next 24 hours, he's probably better out there, or will risk him becoming full-blown manic. Hopefully this can be done at the next boy exit. Tuesday?" About his experience, Niall says, "I was ITV's performing monkey, made to do things I didn't want to do. It ended in me being desperately ill." In Season 5, Amy Hart endured an incredibly painful and public breakup with her partner Curtis. Prior to this, the public reviled Amy for her apparent clinginess, entitlement towards Curtis, smugness about the stability of their relationship, and overall demeanor that fell short of what is expected of the women of Love Island. To viewers, Amy lacked self-awareness about the fact that she was on a dating show. Now, we can say what we want about Amy, but she's a person whose inexperience with dating made her incredibly vulnerable in these moments and ill-equipped to deal with the myriad of emotions that come with rejection. Paired with the fact that she was dumped on national television, these emotions would be amplified tenfold. So by the time it became clear that Curtis was potentially interested in Maura, a person thought to be a close friend in the villa, Amy was driven to her breaking point. And then, out of nowhere, her entire position on the situation changed overnight. Her new demeanor towards Curtis and Maura, and even her own journey on the show, caused fans to speculate about whether Amy had received some in-depth therapy session to help her cope with her feelings. As it turns out, she had sought help on 12 separate occasions during her time in the villa. And with this new outlook, Amy was able to realize that she would never be able to heal from her breakup with Curtis if she stayed on the show.
Brad
and thus
Liz,
left
thank you for the
voluntarily
14
to the
months.
surprise of just about everyone. Similarly, as I discussed at the beginning of the video, Faye Winter of Season 7 experienced a major breakdown after watching an out-of-context clip of Teddy saying he was attracted to another woman. In the morning after her explosive outburst, Faye did not seem to be budging in her anger, but in the episodes that shortly followed, she appeared to be apologetic towards Teddy and reflective of her behavior. Now, I was unable to find evidence that suggests there was any sort of intervention on the part of the producers, but since we know that the show has on-set psychologists, it's highly likely that Faye was taken aside and given some sort of discussion about her actions. As I've said, verbal rows are commonplace on Love Island, but Faye's behavior deviated far outside the norms of confrontation for the show. The argument was one-sided, the emotions only seemed to escalate, other Islanders and Teddy himself looked quite bewildered, and it was clear that this could be fluctuating into the territory of a mental health episode. After her apology, she and Teddy went on to amass a relatively big fan base and managed to come in fourth in the series overall. What the cases of Niall, Amy, and Faye show us is that both the producers and the public have the power to crack down on behavior they perceive as deviant, and any neurodivergent person or person whose mental health falls outside the norm is seen as unable to appropriately regulate themselves under what is expected of them. They are either removed from the show, like Niall, voluntarily eject themselves from the villa, like Amy, or with guidance, regulate themselves accordingly, like Faye. Ultimately, contestants regulate themselves in accordance with a code of conduct that is accepted in the hyper-public sphere, one that's marketable enough to stay on TV, but not so entertaining as to elicit public abuse, to be outed as a game player, or to be perceived as socially deviant. And what we get is the kind of sanitized catharsis we're used to with other shows, where the romances are predictably forced and toxic, and contestants are now for the most part mannered and manicured. They perform hollow representations of what the show and the public expect them to be: hot, dumb, and open to love.
Always be regulating.
Amy Hart has since characterized the contestants of Love Island as hard workers who deserve a regulated and unionized industry, and she raises an interesting point. The Islanders used to laze about in bed, wander around the villa, and hang out like they were on vacation with friends.
They are workers.
Now, they're all woken up at the same time with blinding fluorescent lights. They almost always convene in the garden area during the day, and they're only allowed 2 drinks at night. It's almost as if they're clocking into a job, and the show is capitalizing on the benefits of their labor. And if we're to conceptualize the Islanders as workers who willingly enter the villa, then we can also conceptualize Love Island's duty of care to the Islanders as a sort of corporate wellness strategy. It's almost as if the show, in its progression towards being more sanitized and nurturing, has started treating the villa as a workplace, providing its employees with an ethics of care and protection. But the expectation of self-monitoring and of self-preservation still lies mostly on the shoulders of the contestants. In applying these corporatized therapy programs, the producers shift attention away from the exploitative apparatus that's inherent to their show. In a short 1990 essay, philosopher Gilles Deleuze posited an update to Foucault's notion on the disciplinary
So this is just what I was talking
society, of which the panopticon was conceived. He argues that we're shifting from a society of discipline to a society of control.
Any
in
channel
Foucault's society,
mentions Deleuze, I will subscribe
we
to.
move between different
I
physical
clicked the button. You didn't see.
enclosures: a prison, an office building, a school, a factory, which contribute to our self-discipline. But in the society of control, these barriers are broken down. We're encouraged to travel about because all the information necessary to discipline us now lives in a database. The further we travel, the more information the database can collect from us. It's a society where, rather than being confined to a space where you never know if you're being watched, you're encouraged to embrace the fact that you're being watched everywhere. In fact, it's a privilege to be watched. Deleuze says, "The disciplinary man was a discontinuous producer of energy, but the man of control is undulatory, in orbit, in a continuous network. Think of the home office, where we get the luxury of being in total comfort while still being monitored by our employers through a screen. Think of the iPhone. We travel everywhere with it and tacitly give up personal information that we know is being harvested and sold to governments. But the society of control tells us not to care. What's insidious about this new society is that we're given the illusion of freedom, while being less free than we ever were before. The boundaries of Foucault's enclosure have broken down, and now we are always self-regulating. We are always working. Since 2015, social media's stranglehold over our everyday lives has become tighter with each passing year. You can see this in how the casting of Love Island has changed, with more and more influencers entering the show each season. Social media plays a central role in Love Island. Public opinion has the power to alter the show in real time through major forums like Twitter and Reddit. Many of the contestants are recruited through social media, and even if their primary job isn't to be an influencer, the everyday person is already used to refining themselves for the public eye via their personal Instagram or Facebook accounts. While it was almost tradition for former contestants of Love Island to get plastic surgery after leaving the show, more contestants than ever are entering the villa with their faces and bodies already modified, so much so that it was a major topic of conversation on this latest season. They've already altered themselves for a perceived public, in a world where the standards of beauty shrink every day with the unrealistic expectations set by social media. This is the greatest trick of the Society of Control. While the villa is a confined space where the panopticon can take shape, a workplace for the contestants to generate revenue, the Society of Control has made it so that contestants have clocked in on the project of self-regulation long before they enter the villa. And this is why I think Love Island, in its immense popularity and its myriad controversies, is so important. It's an instructional tool, a microcosm of a much greater, much more insidious system of surveillance that permeates our everyday lives. Love Island is a...
And yeah, the point I made before about surveillance, where it essentially connects to this, because the essay Deleuze makes is like very multifaceted. But one of the elements of it is the notion that, like, and as it talks about here, like in the disciplinary society, and this is sort of a misnomer in Foucault, but it's sort of Deleuze's way of viewing it. The different institutions sort of work depending on where you are. So I step into the prison and I am in the prison structure. As we talked about before, the point of the panopticon was to be a more efficient surveillance apparatus. And not even a surveillance apparatus, but like an apparatus that doesn't survey, but in virtue of that, the person does it themselves. It's cheaper, right? But then when you leave the prison, you're no longer like dealing with the surveillance apparatus. You go somewhere else, right? But the point of like the point of the Society of Control is that especially technology has gotten advanced enough that we can survey everyone. Linda, are you okay? We're falling down 2 times here. You doing okay? Sorry, I'm confused what you're talking about. What was I saying?
Study in the Society of Control. It's an experiment in the way...
But that as a result of the fact that there is hypersurveillance, these different institutions can communicate with each other. They can take the information they gather in one institution, in the school, in the university, in the hospital, in the prison, and they can share it with the other institutions. So you never leave, you never actually leave the institution that is surveying you. The institution becomes society itself. And as an example here, like who is the one who is surveying the people in Love Island? Isn't it a multifaceted issue? It relates to social media, to the public, to the tabloids, to the actual showrunners.
Power becomes
that information, that surveillance spreads. It becomes diffuse within society. You're okay? Oh, okay, sorry, I was confused.
And thus seeps into the facets of everyday life. It's a constant push and pull of market forces. The producers want to capitalize on the audience. Well, make all the contestants wear the same trendy Shein outfit each night, which consumers can buy straight from the app.
Wild.
The public is upset with how contestants are being manipulated. Well, they take to Ofcom and the show changes its tone. And the result has led Love Island down a path of hyper-commodification, subdued and obedient contestants, and ultimately towards becoming a show that looks nothing like the show we knew and love. The show is boring now, but wasn't that the true goal of the Panopticon all along? to placate its victims. And the worst part is, I can't necessarily say this is a bad thing. I mean, the show was more entertaining in its genesis, but maybe blandness is the price of contestant well-being. This is the catch-22 of reality TV. So maybe the fate of Love Island is a perfect case study in the ethics of using power and control for entertainment purposes. Maybe the trajectory of Love Island has predicted a trajectory for a greater social world. A world that's completely mappable, where people are easily tracked, and where each individual willingly adheres to the rules of the game. What that game is exactly,
Yeah, there's...
we have yet to find out.
Or as Deleuze puts it... Wait, fuck, I closed it. As Deleuze puts it, the coils of a serpent are even more complex than the burrows of a molehill. I think it's in the last bit. There's something I really liked. I can't control F on this stupid fucking... I want a copy or PDF of Society of Control that I can control F on. The notion in the school system that people are that young people are reporting that they want to work more. There's this like continuous training, permanent. Oh, many young people strangely boast of being motivated. They re-request apprenticeships and permanent training. It never ends. No matter which institution you go through, you're being in university. You're being taught to rev up, to continually train, go into a different institution that takes that like your information travels to that institution, your grades, how well you did, and then you train there again more and more, and then you go somewhere else and then you train. In fact, the gig economy stuff is this, but it's worse, right? In tech, you're expected to learn and do projects outside work so you can apply it in work. Yeah. This is something. I was at the library today because I usually study at home. And I noticed like in the little stalls, people are writing each other these like motivational messages. It's fucking bizarre. Of like, keep going. You can keep studying. You can do it. You know, take healthy breaks. Like just like in pen in the fucking like. And that's new. I have not seen that before. There was a couple of them. It was very strange. And yeah, it's like a lot of people, and I think this is like especially an undergrad thing, are just fucking hitting their heads against like, you know, whatever program they've gotten themselves into that they don't care about, that they're only learning to get a certain reward, which is like a grade that they can use then to go on to be able to train in a new thing that will actually get them money so that they can live. And that like there is like as a result of that, this like, you know, you motivate yourself because you have to, because no one else is going to do it. And I think that's new. Yeah. It's really fucking weird. I was thinking about this today with Society of Control, because I was seeing that. That's like what I immediately thought of. This quote at the end: many young people strangely boast of being motivated. You know, it relates to, for the school system, continuous forms of control and the effect on the school of perpetual training, the corresponding abandonment of all university research, the introduction of the corporation at all levels of schooling. In the corporate system, new ways of handling money, profits, and all humans that no longer pass through the old factory form. Yeah, and this relates to like the pyramidization of labor as well. I think it's really weird. And I don't, because, you know, I've only been in school now. I haven't been in school fucking 40 years ago, so I don't know how different it is. But I feel like it is different. I feel like, yeah, the corporatization of the education system is great. What page? This is the last page, the 6 or whatever of Postscript Society of Control.
I'm so pleased to say
that was good. That was a good video. I like this.
I am
M-Shade.
this type of a Joker guy.
Thank you for the gift sub. What did we want to watch? Oh yeah,
You may have seen this thumbnail on
Someone mentioned
YouTube.
this.
I mean, I can actually basically guarantee that YouTube has been shoving this in your face, like click, 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 click it again. So you might be wondering why. Why did this video in particular go viral? Well, that is what I'm going to set out to explain in this video.
Keeps fucking doing this.
But I'm going to start with something that seems unrelated, which is YouTuber burnout. Now, there's no secret, there have been a lot of
It's the same thing. God damn it. God damn it. It's the same thing.
YouTubers recently talking about burnout. People like Casey Neistat, Superwoman, Ryan Higa, Grace Helbig, and many, many, many more. And I think when you have all of these people with different YouTube channels, different experiences, they're all saying something similar, I think it's worth understanding that there may be sort of a common factor at play amongst all of them. So what I'm actually going to present is a kind of theory of everything when it comes to YouTube. Everything from
Julian at Twitch jail, I think he's getting close. It was a week. So it should be coming up soon.
YouTuber burnout through
You can look at when he said that he was banned and then just add a week. Tomorrow?
to
Okay.
videos going
Build
viral. Why do
something.
videos go viral on the platform right now?
Okay,
Okay, so,
VIP.
you know, I
I don't know
think
why I
as a
did
viewer, your response to burnout might be to say, well, these YouTubers are just entitled, or they're soft, or, you know, boo-hoo, you have the best job in the world. Or your other response might be that burnout happens in every industry. So why should we care about this YouTuber thing? But I think that YouTuber burnout is a more specific phenomenon. I think there's something particular going on here. And it all starts with the YouTuber life cycle. I mean, if you think about a YouTuber who's complaining about burnout, you know, they've had
me taking notes.
Success on the platform where their views are rising. And of course, that's exhilarating. It feels great. And you're working pretty hard, but you're seeing it pay off. And then at some point, your views start to falter. So maybe you work a little bit harder, but things don't really change and the views, you know, continue to fall. I think there's a certain thing to do with the psychology of anchoring here. You know, once you have a certain number of subscribers, then, you know, 100,000 views,
That's
which might be
awesome.
amazing in the beginning, feels like a horrible disappointment. So there's a real problem
It's on
between
Anarchist
sort of
Library.
expectations and reality.
It's so funny that Anarchist Library refuses to host Foucault. This is the closest I can get to Foucault's on Anarchist Library.
And to me, this is a big part of why
What a
YouTuber
fucking classic cringe and composition.
burnout happens. Now, if you look at what the YouTubers are saying about this, you find that a lot of them are taking responsibility themselves. And they're also making some clear cause and effect relationships, which, you know, kind of seem to make sense. Okay, so this idea, we assume that views reflect something about video quality. We kind of make that assumption. And so when there are, you know, fewer views taking place, that means the video is lower quality. This is just kind of, I think, instinctive. But I want to question that.
This is a problem. This is a problem with Twitch as well, where if you get less viewers, you're like, I guess I am a piece of shit and I suck.
I want to question these YouTubers who essentially put the blame on themselves and say, you know, they're just not making as good videos anymore. To me, I think there's something else at play, and it is the system. So from time to time, I like to go over to
But thankfully on Twitch, there is no real algorithm because Twitch doesn't actually care about discovery for some reason. I'm sure that's a very smart long-term decision. It really incentivizes people to stream more when, like, you need 2,000 or more views to actually get discovered on the platform. So it's less of the case.
Where you can basically search any search term and see how much traffic there is, how many people are searching that term at any given time. And if you search for Veritasium, basically since 2004, you see...
I wonder if that will be changing. I hope so. I would love to get reach on Twitch because, like, the only way to get reach is off of Twitch or it's by talking. Like, it's not like YouTube and TikTok are great examples of this, where it's literally just like it's facilitated by an algorithm.
Well, this kind of curve, which might make you ask the question, where on the YouTuber life
It'd be much easier if I could just, like, streaming would give you. Yeah.
cycle do you think I am? And of course, this little spike here is from my black hole videos. This over here must be some Harry Potter fans who are bad at spelling. So this is how...
With exclamation point drop in your stream title. What does that even mean? I see that in people's titles. Thank you for the advice.
How much people are searching for me, which I
Like, what is it? I don't have a command, so you typing it. I said that. Now everyone's gonna fucking do
think
it.
kind of correlates to
Is it a meme?
how much my videos are being
Oh,
shown on YouTube and how much
now
people
you're
are
all gonna
watching
type
them
it,
and
of
enjoying
course.
them. Now let's look at a similar channel for comparison. How about
Sure, I'll do
the
it.
channel Number File? It's also an educational channel, but it's
There is no drop command.
very different.
It's funny if I just add that and I don't even have a drop command. It doesn't do anything.
Made by very different people and with very
That's-
different
that's
schedules,
funny.
very different topics that we've tackled, and yet these graphs look pretty similar. Let me have a look at one more. So this is the ASAP
Oh, right,
Science
in-game rewards.
curve.
Right, okay. I
So
see.
here you have Veritasium, Number File, and ASAP Science, 3 educational YouTube channels, which all follow a fairly similar pattern on Google Trends. So my question is, why is this? Why should we follow a similar trend? Well, the obvious answer is the algorithm. And the algorithm has a very important job because in traditional media, there are not that many works produced. I mean, in American theaters last year, there were about 800 films. 800 films, that's it. On TV, there were 500 scripted TV shows. But when it comes to YouTube, it doesn't even compare. I mean, I don't even think that they advertise the number of hundreds of hours uploaded every minute. The obvious analogy is that you're really just seeing the tip of the iceberg. But in the case of icebergs, you see, almost 10% of the ice above the surface. In the case of YouTube, you're seeing just the tip of 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 the iceberg. Basically, statistically speaking, you are ignorant of everything on YouTube. And yet, YouTube claims that they have this algorithm, which you can think of like the brain of the platform, that can connect an audience that knows almost nothing of what's on the platform to the particular types of content.
It's really funny actually, because like I know that one of the things for like reach is that you want your YouTube video to get watched by people who are recommended it, because they will probably like it the most and watch it the like longest way through, just because like the fucking data mining is so good that even just like someone recommending here, your friend being like, here, look at this video, I thought you'd like it. On average, the data will recommend videos more efficiently than that.
They like. And in the best case, YouTube would argue that the algorithm is basically the audience. The audience decides.
But that's not a passive thing, right? It's not simply that there is this desire. People like things, and then they're plugged into this, and they can facilitate their likes through YouTube recommending them. Quite a bit of it is also that they change what they like based on it.
What they want to watch, and the algorithm is
the TikTok algorithm is yeah, it's constantly tweaked. It's tweaked by itself, right? It's self-maintaining. It gets better based on every click. It's like a feedback loop, right? In terms of efficiency. Maybe not.
Just reflecting that. But of
Maybe
course,
not a feedback loop.
we are not in this ideal world, and the audience itself is always kind of shifting and changing who they are and what they like to watch. And so the algorithm you can think of as following the audience. The algorithm is chasing this audience around and trying to reach them. Now, what YouTube doesn't much consider is that, well, the YouTube creators use their content to try to chase the algorithm. So these YouTubers who would love to be creating content about, whatever they're most passionate about in whatever way, they also see what's popular on the site, and they try to make content that will please the algorithm. And so there's a way in which the content is chasing the algorithm is chasing the audience. And if the content actually manages to catch up with the algorithm, you get a kind of perverse situation in which the algorithm is the content. I mean, what do I mean by that? Just a crazy thought experiment. If YouTube wanted more videos of snails, they could make that happen. They don't actually have to go out and make any snail videos. If they just, promoted videos with snail in the title, tomorrow there's going to be a whole bunch on the front page and trending, and then creators be like, oh, snails are the new thing, and they're going to go make a bunch of videos about snails.
It's trash for viewer types. if you have more than one topic.
YouTube would love to believe that creators don't care about the algorithm, but they do. It's like the core aspect of how creators decide what content to make. Just as a more down-to-earth example, I can show you a graph of the length of my videos from 2011 through to today. And what you see is, at the beginning, all of my videos average about 2 or 3 minutes in length. But these days, I'm fast approaching an average length of video of 10 minutes. Now, YouTube never came to me and said,
They do better in
you
the
have to make longer videos. All they said was, well, videos that are longer and get longer watch time will be promoted more on the site. So people like myself and all the other creators who wanted to be seen, we made longer videos. It's just what we did. Now, we know that the algorithm is always changing. They're always trying to optimize it, make it work better. But they also change what it's trying to optimize for. In the beginning, it was simple, just views. But they quickly figured out that, of course, like a 20-minute view is worth a lot more than a 5-second view, so the actual metric should be watch time. And this was advantageous to people like gamers, because people like to watch people play video games for long periods of time. They also reduced the latency of the algorithm, by which I mean it updates every 10 minutes instead of, say, every day. And that's beneficial for news content and things that are really time sensitive. And to me, as a YouTuber, what this means is it's impossible to be an expert on YouTube. If you look at what it takes to become an expert at anything, according to the Nobel Prize.
You're constantly training. It's the Society of Control, man.
Winning economist Daniel Kahneman, you need, of course, many, many hours of practice, effortful, deliberate practice. And on YouTube, I would argue we get that. You also need timely feedback. And again, on YouTube, we're given plenty of tools to be able to see how our videos are performing. But when it comes to a reliable environment, this is an environment in which the rules of the game aren't changing. So you can think of something like chess. It's possible to be a chess expert, because in the middle of a game of chess, the rules don't suddenly change on you. Now, on YouTube, that is not true. We are not playing by the same rules the whole time, because the algorithm is constantly changing. And so that puts us in this position where it's kind of impossible to be experts, and instead, we're a little bit more like caged pigeons. Okay, go with me on this. There was this famous experiment where, pigeons were put in a cage with a lever, and if they pushed the lever, then they would get some food. And so they very quickly learned that they needed to push the lever and the food would come out. So that's fine. But in another part of the experiment, they disconnected the lever from the food output, and they just supplied food into the cage kind of at random. And what did the pigeons do? Well, they started to do the types of behaviors that they were doing when the food appeared. So if one was preening itself, then it would keep preening itself with the expectation that food was coming. And this one, maybe it was pecking the ground. So the point being, they started to engage in these superstitious behaviors because they had related some sort of cause and effect, but there actually wasn't a cause and effect there.
That's
and to me, this partly explains the whole YouTube burnout phenomenon. Because you have these creators who are stretching themselves to try to chase that algorithm. Meanwhile, the algorithm is constantly shifting, and so you never feel like an expert and never quite know what's going on, even though you're constantly trying to relate cause and effect. Now, I can understand.
It's the Society of Control. Dillis talks about how, like, in the Society of Control, you don't even know the rules. Like, for the disciplinary society, there are rules that you follow. Foucault refers to them as codes. Doesn't work in the Deleuzian sense, but like the Napoleonic codes is where he gets those from. Like laws, rules. But the Society of Control, it's so diffuse, and you don't know which institution of power is monitoring you and which one cares. A lot of the times what you do is purely based upon negative feedback. Where you're like, oh, I guess I can't do that because I was blocked in some way, or some institution like harmed me as a result.
Understand why the algorithm has to change.
You're just bumbling around in the dark, and then you hit something and you're like, oh, I guess I can't go there. There's something there that I can't, navigate through. I'll go somewhere else.
I mean, in the early days of YouTube, it was this situation where if you had subscribers, you were golden, because the next time you uploaded some content, then YouTube would show it to all your subscribers. It would get a ton of views. YouTube would say,
Going to
oh,
the
this is a
Waterloo
popular video.
subreddit?
Show it
Oh,
to
no.
even more people, getting
Just
you
about
even
like
more
comp size?
subscribers. So
Oh,
the next
yeah.
time you launch another
I think it's the same
video,
with
then it goes
Queens.
to more subscribers and more views. And it was just this positive feedback loop where you would grow and grow and grow a channel. So the rich got richer and small channels stayed small. So obviously we needed something to break the cycle. And
Insert
so
Bernie
YouTube
joke.
started doing some experiments where they would essentially, change what was recommended to your audience. So they would stop showing some of the content.
This is great. I just have to make it to Friday. Welcome to campus, please. COVID letters, public tests.
Shit his fucking pants.
Proletaire, thank you for the raid. Why did it not show it? Thank you for the raid, Proletaire. Hope you had a good stream, follow Proletaire.
All cops are bad cops.
Quiz 2 available, your grade is 63. Interview selection complete. Assignment 3 available. Public test 1 and 2. Assignment. Yeah.
From certain subscribers, and they saw what happened to views. So they started really disconnecting the subscribers from the channel. No longer was a subscription like, I want to see every video
That's
by
so
this
funny.
person. It was more of like a suggestion that maybe
You're like destroying the community, and it's just like, it's a great analogy for what capitalism did to the commons, to the enclosure of the commons in Britain in the 16th and 17th century. There's the community, and then the algorithm comes in and breaks it up and says, here's a different social arrangement that will allow for more money to be generated.
something this person creates is something I
All
might like
cops
to
are
see.
bad cops.
And what YouTube
Fine
found
winter.
when they
Thank you
did
for the
that
22 months.
was that the number of views on the platform, the amount of watch time, all rose dramatically. So for YouTube, to get growth of the site, they found that reducing the importance of subscriptions was essential. And this kind of makes sense if you think about it. I mean, if you make
You're
one great...
maximizing for watch time, you make it hard for people to find stuff. I think it's watch time and views. So you want more people watching on average more. So I think it's total amount of time watched more so than anything else.
video?
I don't know. The specific ratios are obviously purely arbitrary and like weird. And that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I'm sure no one actually knows the actual like ratio of what you want to go for specifically.
That doesn't necessarily mean that
in
every
equivalence.
video you're going to make is going to be
'Cause it's
great.
just, like,
So it makes sense for
so
YouTube to
weird
step in
and
and play
Byzantine.
some role in terms of determining what gets shown to which audience members. Now, as has been observed by Matt Pat previously, moving away from subscriptions moves YouTube back to what it was like to sell newspapers on the street. You really had to inspire people to buy on the spot. You have to serve up really sensational news items. This is also called yellow journalism. It was only once the newspapers built subscription models that newspapers could
But it
make
breaks that
sober
down.
journalism
That's so
a
funny.
reality, something that they focused on, because they already had your eyeballs. They didn't have to fight for that sort of attention. They didn't have to be as
Well, it's not.
sensational.
The notion that came after yellow journalism is sort of weird.
But YouTube
the point
is going in the opposite direction.
because
Reducing
it makes
the
money.
importance
So
of subscribers
so are fucking news institutions.
means increasing the importance of sensationalism and clickbaity thumbnails. And so a few weeks ago, I was out at the Creator Summit in New York, and I met Mr. Beast. I showed him some of the footage from this video I was working on about the shade balls in LA Reservoir.
I linked up with
and,
Mr.
Mr.
Beast.
Beast took one look at it, and he said to me, "That's a banger." Which I think is pretty funny, but I think clearly he knew that this was going to be a video that would take off.
That's a
and
banger.
we talked about titles and thumbnails. You might have noticed that the thumbnail
Doesn't he have like a burger joint or something? Mr. Beast is an employer. Mr. Beast showing up to his factory, yelling at his workers that they're not working hard enough, that they can't whisper to each other.
borrows a bit from, say, his work with cereal.
This one in
and
my
Orbeez
city?
in
That's
backyards.
hilarious.
And I told him that I was thinking about calling it something like throwing shade balls. And he was like, no.
Terrible.
He suggested, why
Terrible.
are there 96 million black balls on this lake? Now, I changed it to reservoir because, I mean, let's be real.
That's That's Content Brain. That is the title. That is a man whose entire being is molded towards producing content on the algorithm. That's beautiful. Why? Because that
On this
is
lake. Now, I changed it to reservoir because, I mean, let's be real, that's what it is. But it just goes to show how important the title and thumbnail are. What I learned talking to Mr. Beast was that going viral, you can boil down to 2 metrics. You need to do 2 things with your video in order for it to go viral, and I mean tens of millions of views, as his channel shows. Okay, the first thing, maybe not surprising, is watch time. So when people
These
click
advice
on your video,
things are always
they
dumb,
actually
'cause
have to
it's like,
watch a significant portion
it
of it.
doesn't-
It's useful if that's sort of 7 or 8 minutes. Now that is the actual time that they watch. So you need a longer video than that, say 15 minutes, if you want the average watch time to be around that 7 or 8 minute mark. Now for me, watch time is not that exciting of a metric to know that I have to hit, because I know that most people already watch most of my videos. So for me, the big insight came with number 2. If you want a viral video, you need to have a high click-through rate. So that is the total number of clicks on your titles and thumbnails divided by the number of times that title and thumbnail have been shown. That is your click-through rate. And Mr. Beast showed me this graph showing that as you approach, 10%, 20%, 30% click-through rate, then the number of views and the number of impressions that video will get just skyrockets. It jumps dramatically. Now, on the one hand, that kind of makes sense because, if people are clicking a video, obviously you're going to get more views.
You show my YouTube
But
data?
it is
You want to see it? Sure.
such a dramatic increase
I thought it was
that it
interesting.
really turns the site into a place where the title and thumbnail are everything. You can have a great video, but unless you have a great hook to get people in, it's not going to go viral.
Here's how I don't think any of this is. Yeah, none of this is. I'm not revealing anything, right? Yeah, no, I'm not. It's just analytics. This is how the video's been doing. I had no clue how many views. I'm totally fine with that. I put a lot of effort into it, but that's pretty good. You can see it's got like the. Yeah, there's a lot of external, which apparently isn't good. You want like browse the other stuff. Because external people watch it less than if it's recommended. And the average is 10 minutes. Because it's boring. It's about philosophy. So people are like, I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know. Watch time 2,000 hours. Wild. I think they go up because sometimes I think Jonas Cuck Philosophy was like, this is cool. So I think some people clicked on it, which is cool. That's the Contra video.
And so it was amazing to hear all.
I actually see. Look at the thumbnail, which I made myself. Wait, no, I wanted this. It used to. Hold on. It's big. You see Contra. It was smaller, and then Bad Empanada was like, that's not good enough. You need them to be larger, and you need contrast. And I was like, okay. So I made it better.
All these different YouTubers talk about how they optimize a thumbnail.
So
Many
shout out
people
to
told me
Bad
that when they
Empanada
were
for that.
working on a thumbnail for a new video, they would actually Photoshop it onto a screenshot of their current YouTube home screen in various positions and just see how eye-catching it was. They're really working hard to make these
Yeah, go watch that and watch it the whole way through so that. Yeah.
thumbnails as clickable as possible. It's like weaponizing the thumbnail. And that arms race is only set to increase with the introduction of real-time click-through rate, which is coming out in a month or two. So what you can bet will happen is that creators will launch a video and then they'll be sitting there with all these different variants of thumbnails and they'll be swapping them out and looking at what that does to click-through rate and then going with the one that leads to the greatest click-through rate. And you can imagine if you don't do this, you're going to be.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't think this is very good. I don't know. 5.1%. There's 7.3 here. I don't know what these mean. The 53,000 impressions, 5% people clicking through. No. Does this make me soy and Reddit? Yeah, I have no.
Be left.
That's the funny thing. You guys put me on the BreadTube subreddit to own me, and then like a bunch of people saw it because of that.
Behind, because all the other creators are sitting there swapping their thumbnails to get the highest engagement that they possibly can on their videos. And if you're not doing that, then your videos will end up getting buried. So, acknowledging that this is the reality of YouTube, I want to outline to you my plan for what I will do going forward. First,
Yes. The post clips of me. Do it. Make content. Link it back to the Twitch. Make content for me. Do it.
Foremost,
Do it on TikTok. Do it on YouTube.
I want to keep making high quality
Yes.
videos, because if I don't do that, I'm not going to be happy. I won't be satisfied, and neither will you. But second of all, I'm going to have to choose topics that are more clickable. Because frankly, if
You got a
I'm
link from
going
the
to work
Contra subreddit? Well, that's
for
cool.
days and weeks
I
and
wonder
months
what the
on a
Contra
video,
subreddit had to say
I
about
would
it.
like that video to get, say, 10 million views instead of 500,000. So a lot of that comes down to, is this topic clickable? And so number 3, I'm gonna have to use some clickbaity titles and thumbnails. And I apologize for that, but it just seems like it's an existential threat that if you don't do that, your channel will.
Doe with the raid. Thank you, Doe. Follow
not be
it.
around
You
for very
should. Doe with the raid. It do be raiding, Doe.
long, and you'll be on
It do be raiding, Doe. You get it?
that sort of downward slide.
Do you get it?
I'd love to know
I
what
hope
you
you had a
think.
good
If you think it's a
stream.
good idea, a bad idea. I'm totally open to hearing you out. I mean, Casey Neistat talked about how he's got to trust his audience, you know, to come
We're
back.
talking about how to make clout, how to start a business, how to think like a capitalist, how to be constantly motivated. Where's more from the Liz thing?
All cops are bad cops.
Back to him. The truth is, the audience only knows you're there if they
To re-request apprenticeships and do permanent training, all that good stuff. I'm reading postscripts on Society of Control as an instruction manual. Ghost, thank you for the 15 months.
see your titles and thumbnails. I went to buy something at B&H a little while ago, and the guy was like, oh, hey, I love your videos. And then he said, are you still making them? And I was like, yeah, I'm making them. How do you not
wild.
know? And I also see comments on my videos where people are like, oh, great, here's a Veritasium video. See you again in 6 months.
You have to constantly reinvent yourself. It's literally just society, like postscripts on Society of Control. 2009 YouTube was a disciplinary society.
But I'm like, no, I'm making these every week, every other week. Like, I'm making them, you just gotta know that they're here, but you can only know that they're there if they surface to the tip of the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg, which now is a click-through rate game.
Wild.
On the one hand, you could be a little bit disappointed by the way the game is working right now. But on the other hand, I challenge you to think of a better way. Because they have this limited real estate in which to show people potential videos they might be interested in. And of course, they want to put the videos there that people are most likely to click and then most likely to watch once they've clicked it. And like part of me is like, yeah, I guess that's kind of fair. Like, would you make the argument that you should put some videos there that people are less likely to click? No, I mean, that doesn't seem to make any sense. So I kind of feel like this is the inevitable, rational endpoint for any algorithm that is trying to optimize what people are watching. We want to give you the things that you want to watch, and you indicate your desire by clicking on them. But by doing that, it also means that things that are just less catchy, less sensational, don't rise into this level here. And I wonder, more broadly, how does that affect us? How does that affect the YouTube platform?
My YouTube is a sign of where like all jobs are going in the future. Where there is this lack of stability, constantly reinventing yourself, sort of like platform, gig economy stuff. And Twitter is a representation of public discourse and the public forum and the polis and how it sort of functions. Those are the sort of dual, if you want to understand. And then Amazon is like a sort of broader, its data collection apparatus is what facilitates those models becoming more important.
If the YouTube platform...
That's my prediction for the future.
All
It's
cops
very
are bad
positive.
cops.
I'm very optimistic. Sure shot. Thank you for the 20 months.
becomes like a real clickbait site, who wants to go there? What types of audience will come there? Will there even be an audience for educational content? I think it's all these decisions about the system and the algorithm that determine what the actual media looks like.
I liked this.
What content is
Shout out
created.
to Theory and Philosophy. This is a great fucking channel. We can watch this again. Not enough views. Go give this a view.
What people come to the site, what audiences are served there. And I think this is a broader issue than just YouTube. I mean,
yeah, I am Tubbin Man.
everywhere now we can
I only
be
do
served
seminars
the
though,
things
so it's
that
not a
we
worry.
really want.
But I can imagine like
But what does that
larger
world look
classes
like?
are like fucked.
I mean, you might have thought it would be this utopia, but I would argue that it's not, because it silences all these voices that you would otherwise get, in a more curated marketplace if you're just going for the things that drive the clicks. That is a very skewed view on the world, and I'm not sure it's for the best. But there is
It makes
one
money
way
though. Have
on
we
YouTube,
considered
at
that it
least,
makes
to
money?
short circuit this effect, and it is to ring that bell.
Nice. Solid. That's a great one. That's it. There's criticism, but it's like also you're in it. You gotta. I want to revisit his points about Foucault, because we watched this a while ago. I remember some of them being interesting. Or that sounded weird and condescending. They're very interesting, but I remember some of them, like from my memory of, like some of them, I'm like, oh, I think Deleuze has a response.
Hey everyone. So back again. Today, this is just the regular Saturday
Doing philosophy
early
is cool.
morning episode, but I decided to film it just because the episode is going to be short, so I don't have to worry about taking up too much, data space in.
Why is it doing this? Hello.
Yeah. So today I'm going to be covering Gilles Deleuze's postscript on the societies of control, in which he tries to demonstrate a transformation from the way that Foucault characterizes disciplinary societies to what he calls societies of control societies. Before jumping into it, if you want to follow me, you can do that on Instagram at theory_and_philosophy. If you want.
I'm pretty sure he's not an Angloid. He's fluent in French.
Mostly see pictures of my cats, that is. If you want to help me out, you can like, share, subscribe. If you're listening to this in podcast form, leave.
Which is funny because my upload is fine. My upload is faster than my download.
A good review.
So that's all that matters.
Bad one.
Honestly,
whatever you think I deserve. You can help me out monetarily if you want via the links below. If you're listening to this in podcast form, you can find the video on YouTube. If you're listening to this on YouTube, you can find it on podcast where there shouldn't be any ads. And yeah, so let's just jump right into it. So I'll be straight up about this. I don't think that this text is very profound, which is obviously not a good thing to say. But I think that Foucault,
in his
work on discipline, accounts for a lot of what Deleuze says here to be like original ideas in terms.
He's straight up a Canadian. Yes, he is Canadian. I think he goes to Waterloo. I can't remember. He's like a doctoral student
of the regulation.
I think it's Waterloo. I can't remember.
And control over bodies.
It's not. It's public
Now, with that being said,
information. I'm not.
There are some novel insights here that are worth mentioning, but it's not quite as novel as I think some people make it out to seem, at least according to me. Now, if you want more on that, you can go and check out my episodes on Discipline and Punish, in which I expound upon that book quite a bit, and I think give a pretty clear explanation.
He said it on
as
his
to what's
Twitter, I
going on.
think.
And you'll see that some of the things that Deleuze lays out here as being new, as belonging to what he calls, and I will explain, these societies of control, could actually be seen in how Foucault is describing disciplinary societies. So just putting that out there. So Deleuze starts out here by kind of recapping what Foucault was saying. So in Foucault, for Deleuze, and I find it problematic the way that he characterizes Foucault's work here, but Deleuze knew Foucault personally, and probably as a...
They like trolling. That's the thing, is like a lot of the miscategorization is Deleuze choosing to do so. It's sort of a pantomime. Deleuze will do this with every thinker that he writes on. He turns the thinker into a thing that he wants. Did Foucault describe the 20th century as the Deleuzean century? And then when asked about it later, it was just like, yeah, we thought it would be funny if we said that. We do a little trolling is the response.
Definitely had a better understanding than
so they were clearly
but
like,
still I'm gonna problematize it a little bit. But this is what Deleuze says. He says that within Foucault there are these very clear sites of power, and they are sites of enclosure. So examples that we could think are like the family, the school, the barracks, the hospital, the prison. All of these sites are sites of enclosure that close people within them and restrict
the Western.
kind of movement, that
Whatever.
restrict
So the same
a kind of potential by virtue of them being sites of enclosure. Now, this doesn't mean that people were foreclosed opportunity. In fact, one of the markers of the disciplinary society within Foucault, and that Deleuze picks up on, is that these sites promoted a kind of individualism. That is, they promoted what Foucault calls a kind of productive function. They allowed people to become, to change, to transform, to be.
There's Deleuze quote where he says, Spinoza doesn't explicitly say this, but it is practically there in the text. That is a great one.
Beings within it. And that's what made these forms of...
Deleuze in the quote, I don't know what Foucault meant. I never asked. He was a terrible joker. Foucault loved to do a little trolling. I mean that so sincerely. My favorite, and I've talked about this before, he was talking to Quine, where Quine was like, your work is interesting, but like 20% of it is nonsense. And Foucault responded that like to be taken seriously in French academia, you need to, at least 20% of your work has to be nonsense. The other one I love, that's my favorite story. I love repeating that one. Another one I love is there was an interview he did with some American philosophers where like during it, they were like, okay, well, that's interesting, but like, can you clarify your terms? Like, what do you actually mean when you refer to this? And apparently Foucault like laughed at that. And then he was like, I love being in America because when someone is talking about the Enlightenment, they will tell you. Like in France, they like, couch it up in these fancy words. In America, it's just like, what do you actually mean by that? This is a conversation about the Enlightenment.
All that more pernicious because they appeared to be...
He liked trolling. He did a little trolling.
Quite liberating almost. They seem to afford potential. Now, Deleuze says that these sites were under constant reform and they seem to be on the brink of collapse almost.
It was Cyril, sorry. It was Cyril, not Quine, right.
Having to give way.
Well, Foucault wasn't actually joking. Like Foucault didn't like French academia. he did. He was more fond of how American academia was structured.
New forms of control to meet certain new needs, and he's going to relate it to certain economic needs, like the transformation of the economy from a kind of more stable working one to like a gig economy is just being one example. But I just want to meditate on this idea of Foucault first, that is the ideas of enclosure. And Foucault doesn't say that these sites are the only places that power works. Yeah. He just uses them as an example to then extrapolate to the rest of society. He uses these examples as being like almost for the reader to just demonstrate in the simplest terms how society works at large. So Foucault doesn't think that the panopticon is restricted to the prison. Foucault thinks that the panopticon is everywhere, and we are always under its kind of surveying mechanism. And we turn that onto ourselves so that we regulate ourselves. We regulate ourselves to be more productive in the real world. So it's not like we're only concentrated within these enclosed spaces, as Deleuze seems to kind of lay out, or we are only individualized within those spaces. That is just a microcosm of a bigger situation. But just putting that out there. So Deleuze...
I need to reread Discipline and Punish.
Deleuze takes from the work of Paul...
I think that's true, but I think there's also the point that, like... but you could say the same thing about Society of Control.
Virilio, who just died a few years ago, I guess, 3 or 4 years ago, who characterizes these new forms of control as ultra rapid and free floating. So they happen at a much quicker pace, and they happen...
Yes, please get if you have a video of Cyril talking about it, please.
Everywhere, hence the free floating nature. But again, Foucault accounts for this. Like, he's very clear that these forms of control for many centuries past, from the time of the plague, control was, I guess, dispersed everywhere. And one of the ways that he characterizes it as being cellular, like it is everywhere. Capillary is another way that it is described. But anyways, this is how Deleuze is characterizing it, as now being free-floating and being ultra-rapid. Now, Deleuze is clear that he doesn't say that one form of control, that is disciplinary or control, like disciplinary society or control society, is worse than the other, as though one is more pernicious, one is more exact in its administration of punishment against people. But he is just trying to describe it so that we can recognize some kind of a transformation, whether or not it's actually a change in degree or whether it's a change in kind. Doesn't really matter, even if I have some problems with it. It is still nevertheless important to discuss. Even if it is just an extension of the same Foucauldian paradigm, at least we have to acknowledge that it is some change in degree, perhaps. And he kind of dissuades us from just assuming a kind of like the easy examples. Like for him, he says, we don't need to think about this in terms of like genetic engineering or genetic manipulations or molecular engineering, because he's like, that's low-hanging fruit right there. We don't need to think about it in those terms, because that's also a pretty rare instance. We don't really need to think about that as being indicative of an entire system, which, as an aside, I personally have a great number of problems with the field of posthumanism, but I think it would be all too reductive to kind of attach a posthuman tone to this, particularly because posthumanism, in a properly Derridian way, only ever serves the end of reifying, of bringing back to light the idea of the human in the first place, by saying, oh, well, we were once human, we must return to those roots because these new technologies are taking away what it means to be human. And that's a big trap, and it's one that we all too easily fall into. So he says that in the old system, the disciplinary system...
Michel Foucault invented the word racism in 1965 to ensure that no honest political discourse could happen on Facebook.
The enclosed systems were quite rigid, whereas these new ones are variable. They correspond to a kind of variable geometry, in his words, which Foucault accounted for this. Like, he knew that prisons were always going to be under reform. In fact, Foucault says that their demise would actually be curbed by their constant transformation, their constant development, their extension into new ways of living, their extension from the prison to the factory to the administrative building, and so on. But the way that Deleuze characterizes this, or he expands on this further, is by looking at the distinction between the factory that was indicative of the old form, the disciplinary form, and how it is distinct from the corporation as being evidence of a new form. Where he says that in the factory, workers were kind of homogenized. In Marxist terms, they were turned into abstract labor. That is, their specificities were written off, they were just given the lowest possible wage, and that was it. Whereas in the corporation, people
I don't know
are
if that's what abstract
struggling
labor
with
means.
one another, against one another, for higher wages. It's a kind of logic of merit.
The pyramidization of labor, right? Where in the Marxist view there is the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. It's clear cut. The proletariat, they live together, they walk to the factories together, they labor beside each other, they look up, they see the bourgeois and the factory inspectors literally surveying them, which is better. When we think of Foucault and surveillance, you shouldn't think of the English word surveillance, you should think of the word survey. It implies like same root from French or from, langue d'oil or whatever. It implies something more to what Foucault wants to talk about. It's not really secret, right? But then they see that, and there's this very clear relation. But with the pyramidization of labor, there are all these different layers which you want to get promoted to. You begin to join the managerial class. These two explicit class divide. This divide in class that is very explicit is not nearly as seen. There's this competition for raises and increases in salaries. And it makes a lot of Marx's discussion on class struggle seem like almost outdated, or that Marx didn't predict that the capitalist firm could get large enough that would become a thing.
Will result in more pay. And so what we see is a kind of fostering of a sort of individuality that allows for flux and movement and change that was previously foreclosed to wage workers. But one way that I don't like this is if we think of the ways in which wage workers for a very long time.
It's not, I would argue it's something that in volume 2. I guess the tendency, economies of scale stuff sort of relates to it. But Marx didn't predict this phenomena as a problem, is what I'm trying to say. It's not that he doesn't have the toolkit to think of it. It's just that he didn't foresee this becoming a broader problem. And it has quite a bit of importance in terms of politics.
Would actually adapt themselves and change on an individual level to receive less wage. And one of the...
Sounds like Marx just one smart guy in the 19th century. I mean, yes. The way that some people treat Marx is if his word is literally law, though. To respond to that as it's...
Ways in which this is... one of the places that this is demonstrated is in the film On the Waterfront with Marlon Brando, where workers were fighting to earn less money if it meant they could work at all. So we see this kind of transformation occurring in the factory setting as a means of earning less. So it's not...
But the point I want to make is that it relates to class in a very important way. If Marx is law, then do not read Marx's letter to Engels on Lassalle. Marx had what we would refer to as a gamer moment, a heated gamer moment after Lassalle left him, and he was talking about him with Marx or with Engels. But the pyramidization of labor has a lot of implications for class struggle and what it looks like, and how people interface with class, and how they could possibly develop some sort of consciousness related to class. It has quite significant implications, as can be seen in modern contemporary labor movements, or should I say lack thereof of labor movements.
Not like just reserved for the corporation. Also, we can problematize this by saying that, yeah, if you look at a corporate headquarters in an urban setting where there isn't a factory, yeah, you could say that that's the case. But that makes up a very small portion of what is actually going on in factories all across the world.
That is a good point.
I mean, it seems quite myopic to say there's this huge transformation when it's a very small minority of the population that can actually, engage in these kinds of battles for merit when the products are still being made overseas by Bangladeshi women for like no money. But we have to.
But I think that the response there is like it's highlighting a phenomenon in Western post-industrial societies, right?
To just ignore that, apparently. So he continues by saying that in the corporate setting,
so I don't think that's a fair criticism.
Training is never finished. And I think that there is some degree of some truth to this and how they describe a transformation into perpetual training, or how Deleuze describes a transformation from being trained to the emergence of perpetual training. And we see this in continuing ed, in just like schooling, the need for like constant bureaucratic like training sessions in corporate settings, which again, we're still working within a very narrow sense of what work is. That is, we're just dealing with like upper middle class white collar work here. But is it really all that new? I mean, doctors have always had to constantly be rejuvenating and renewing their practice to match knowledge, to match changes in knowledge, which correspond to various changes in power. And I'm really wanting to be generous with Deleuze here, but Foucault accounted for all of this, and I just don't understand how this is new. But in any case,
the doctor example is interesting. I don't know.
It is still an interesting concept that
yeah. I would say it's radically different than the example.
All cops are bad cops.
Grimpy Coffee, thank you for 13 months. Oh, it's fake, but you've been subscribed for 13 months. I think you know that it's fake. I think it's different than a doctor, although it's somewhat similar. Which again, one of the problems with Deleuze's writing on Foucault is that he treats them like there is a society that is sovereign. There is a society that is disciplinary. There is whereas for Foucault, power is heterogeneous. Different systems of power function in one social sphere. Different mechanisms of power is the better word for it. And so you could argue there is this like latent control power that could apply to like the current constant sort of re-upping of doctors, but I think that that's a radically different phenomena than like the constant training that goes on in like a corporation or by someone who does like gig economy work, who has to, one day they're an Uber driver, the next day they're delivering groceries, delivering food,
Training is now.
Yeah, and I think that the power involved is radically different. And yeah, it seems like Society of Control is more looking towards that latter example.
Never ending. And that is meant to foster an endless cycle of...
The basic, yeah, for a doctor, the basic work of doctor also stays the same. They train for a very specific thing. Even if the knowledge changes, like, I don't think that example is fair. I don't know. There's a minor extent in which it is similar, but that like, I think, yeah.
All cops are bad
cops.
cops.
Republic, thank you for the 14 months.
Dependency on the worker, on the new knowledge that is bestowed upon them by their peers, and all of these training sessions are given by peers, right? there is a kind of crisis of knowledge in the
I think it also relates to different institutions of power. That's the difference. The doctor is constantly in relation to their institution, to medical institutions, right? The engineer constantly goes into their stable job. Whereas I think what Deleuze wants to highlight is there's this rapid change, right? You're constantly training and constantly stepping into different institutions, different previously existing enclosures. That's what he means with the sort of constant training stuff. So I think that's in the sense that it's different.
endless cycle of dependency on the worker, on the new knowledge that is bestowed upon them by their peers, and all of these training sessions are given by peers, right? There is a kind of crisis of knowledge in the society that Deleuze is describing. And that might be a little bit, he doesn't really discuss that, but that might be a way by which to think the difference between Foucault and Deleuze, where in Foucault there are still experts, more or less. Whereas for Deleuze, it seems like expertise has been completely diffused. It has been dissolved in the kind of firmament, in the kind of media ecology. This is why I think Baudrillard is a better thinker for this, but...
Probably. Constantly training with one, but always restarting in order to work. Yes. This is when Deleuze notes of like apprenticeships at the end, for instance, to keep it more practical. Where is it? Because I think that's always useful for these types of discussions. Most important questions will consider the ineptitude of unions. That's interesting. I didn't pick up on that. See, the death of the old factory form and those sort of stable identities sort of melt away. They pyramidize. They become... Many young people strangely boast of being motivated. They re-request apprenticeships and permanent training. Right? There's this movement towards...
And then he's something kind of weird. He's like, people are organized not according to like a designating number or put on like a timetable, but they're organized via their own individuated codes, what he calls a password, which is strange. And he gives the example of that Guattari gives of like a society in which you have like a little card that you used to get from
Guattari. It's so funny how right he was about that. Just like in the 70s,
place to place,
because that's a thing now. That's like, do I it is sort of a vaccine passport. That is power working, right? It's a little bit. Not technically, because vaccine passport is still centralized. Because it is power. It is, importantly, in biopolitics, and I guess Foucault can conceptualize this without any issue whatsoever. Power is productive. It saves people. It helps them, or some people. It protects them. The point of biopower, it protects a certain group of the population from death.
And you use this little card. It has a barcode.
They depend on power to
log
survive.
in with this card somewhere on the internet. I don't know if you wrote about it in that much detail, but you had access to your own like log, for example. But Deleuze says that you were always then susceptible to a kind of closing off of opportunities, like the internet or the overlords could essentially block access for you to some place with your card. And I'm reading this and I'm like, but isn't that just saying that there is like a site of power in the old sovereign sense almost? Like you seem to be going further back than Foucault here. But anyways.
I don't think so. Because whether you're allowed or not is contingent not on the sovereign's arbitrary choice, but on the larger collection of data and information. Data is, I'm modernizing it to what it actually is. I'm like information. And that information passes through institutions. You sort of can't escape it. It's different than like a sovereign or going from one country in sovereign society to another country. One sovereign to another, where it is just the arbitrary decision of the sovereign to let you in. Right? They're two separate molehills, one of which you're trying to climb onto, in which the leader of the hill, I don't know why I'm using that example, is able to arbitrarily decide. So I think
he gives us this idea of this kind of card, but Foucault also says in Discipline and Punish that people are organized by in his words, a code, a kind of cellular code.
No, but that's a different code.
And so I don't.
That's in reference to the Napoleonic codes, which are the exact opposite of codes. Actually, let me look this up. Chevalier et punir. PDF. I'm pretty sure it's there's a capital C in the original. When Foucault mentions codes, he mentions it with a capital C because the French society is still built on the Napoleonic codes, or a basis of them. So like that's just like what's it called? That's just like laws, penitentiary, which is different than the code in the Deleuzean sense. Again, because it's as I mentioned before, it's not contingent on you knowing what's wrong. You only know what's wrong when you bump up against something, because the large collection of data, information collected on you by the different institutions blocks you from doing something because you hit a particular thing. You're not aware of the code, so it's the opposite of it. Sorry, the thing is not loading. Control F, because the word in French is just code. Yeah. Le code. Literally, just capital C. So I think that's.
I don't know what is like new about this, but anyways, that's what we have. That's what we got. So let's think of it in terms of a pretty recent example, like with Uber, where the Uber worker.
He's in a Ontario philosophy department, so it wouldn't be impossible that
He's a kind of cybernetician almost. They are the kind of control society subject that Deleuze is talking about.
I wonder if someone brings that up, because I remember reading a really good article about the problems in the most recent and popular translation of Discipline and Punish. And that was a big one, because there is no, when code is mentioned in the English version, there is no capital for some reason. They just didn't. Discipline and Punish PDF. Code is just where there's a sort of a specific importance to that
it's always
word
plugged into
in the original
a GPS,
and it's the same. It's a loan word
tracker. They're always on their phone taking these orders from this device, and they can go freely everywhere, but in accordance with this device that fosters that movement.
Yeah, and there is no learning of codes in Deleuze, right? Do you want me to look at the frog of the day? This is, let's see, where is he? It's hard to, I'll screenshot it. If you want, you should join the Discord to get access. Poison dart frog. Golden poison frog. Don't let this little guy fool you with his cute appearance. The species of frog is believed to be the most poisonous animal on Earth. Well, good for him. So you just don't have to eat him. I think that's chill. I'll just not eat him. If you should join the Discord, where you will see many wonderful.
That's a good example.
And you'll ping you when I go live.
A situation we find ourselves in. But again, Foucault is very clear that seems to be the trajectory of the system he's describing. Like,
there's a certain extension. There's a certain extent in which if you look at it through the Foucauldian lens, it's just like hyper-disciplinary society. But then I wonder if that's even a problem for Deleuze. Like, Deleuze is reconceptualizing Foucault through a lot of his language, right? And so if you just if you conceptualize Deleuze through Foucault's language, you'll get something like this is a, you know, the highest order of disciplinary society. And I wonder if that's a problem.
Is productive in the Foucauldian sense. There is free movement, there's a kind of individuality, but there's also a dividuality. There is the constant transformation of the person from their rigid individualism into newness. They're always subject to new knowledge, new power that transforms them in new ways. But of course,
It's Sheridan's translation. Does not capitalize le code as the code, as Foucault does, is specific to a monument in French history, usually the 1810 Napoleonic Penal Code or the 1808 Code d'instruction criminelle. Foucault's capitalization of state is generally not respected either. That's probably the thing I was reading.
Of course, this is all, at least in their own mind, of their own volition. Like they want this for themselves. So the Uber driver is this person that belongs to this control society, but it may very well also be the person who was working in a factory, the extension of that very logic, in that they abide by these same kind of coded, regulated structures. And we know from like Uber, from, you know, if you watch any kind of documentary on it, that the people are highly regulated and the amount that they make is highly determined by not necessarily someone writing checks, but an algorithm, which is essentially the same thing with a kind of heightened practice. It is the disciplinary society in its almost perfect form.
Yeah.
Like it is taking it to its perfect form.
I don't
It
think
is
that's a critique of Deleuze,
crystallizing the
though.
perfect
I think that's fine.
disciplinary society in a way that Foucault would obviously admonish, but it's not like off the trajectory. It's not off of what was anticipated. So ultimately, what Deleuze gives us that I think is super helpful is for us to recognize how the old disciplinary formations, and I'm being generous here and inserting my own interpretation, how the old mechanisms haven't gone away. And how we must recognize how these new forms of power are extensions of the old one and are therefore quite pernicious, but that take on a new veneer. They're different in degree and not so much in kind. Like if they are different in kind, it seems kind of superficial. So we have to be careful in saying that it's like a qualitatively new thing, and instead look at the way in which it's an extension of the old ones, but that they take a new form. They have a new mask on, and we must then recognize them in that same way. We must recognize them in their desire to make us feel as though we've entered a kind of perfectibility, a kind of ultra knowledge space, one that is
it's almost 12,
infallible, when in fact all of these assumptions are quite fragile. But in any case, I'd love to hear anyone who would like to characterize this text a little bit more, if you're willing to give me a little bit more of an understanding of the differences between Foucault and Deleuze. But to be as clear as possible, I'm just not totally convinced that we can mark a qualitative change from disciplinary societies to control societies. But in any case, yeah, take care.
He's asking me, oh fuck, oh no. But this is a good channel. You should. Yeah, wait. Sorry, I was
entered a kind of perfectibility, a kind of ultra knowledge space, one that is infallible, when in fact all of these assumptions are quite fragile. But in any case, I'd love to hear anyone who would like to care.
That's me. Is the hear from anyone? Okay. Oh, this is a good place to end it on. Are these two little memes?
Bon, est-ce que j'ai du temps pour répondre? Combien? Parce que
2 minutes.
Ben, moi, je dirais que c'est injuste.
Absolutely.
It's funny.
Don't be ambiguous. Don't be too wordy. Be brief. Be orderly. Don't be ambiguous. Don't be too wordy. Be brief. Be orderly and avoid obscurity are the 4 maxims of manner. And I think those are frequently violated In fact, there are certain schools of philosophy, not ones that I'm sympathetic with, where they're more or less systematically violated. I don't know if I've told you this story, but I once had a conversation with a famous French philosopher who's a friend of mine, and I said to him, "Why the hell do you write so badly? Pourquoi tu écris si mal?" And he said, "Look, if I wrote as clearly as you do, people in Paris wouldn't take me seriously. You know, they'd think it's childlike, it's naive." This was Michel Foucault. And he was a very smart guy and wrote a lot of very good stuff. But in general, he just wrote badly. When you heard him give a lecture in Berkeley, it was perfectly clear, just as clear as I am. So why don't you write clearly? And he said, "Well, in France, it would not be. It would be regarded as somewhat childish and naive if you wrote."
I have not seen the seminar. This is recently translated, isn't it? There's been a lot of work done in translating these. They're very interesting. I have not read this. So I don't have an answer for you, but I will. That's
Clearly.
Cool.
And I said, "Come on, no, tu te moques un peu de moi, you're making fun of me. Tell me exactly why you write so badly, because in conversation you're just as clear as I am." And he said, "Enfant."
It's the end of the meme. Oh.
Non, mais bon, je ne veux pas répondre en si peu de temps. Je dirais simplement ceci. Je ne peux pas m'empêcher.
Oh, you're right. It does get way better. Than just Chomsky.
Il faut avoir au moins 10% incompréhensible. And that translates as, in France, you got to have 10% incomprehensible. Otherwise, people won't think it's deep. They won't think you're a profound thinker. And I gave a series of lectures in Paris at the Collège de France with another very famous French philosopher as my host, Pierre Bourdieu. And I told this story to Pierre, you know, what did he think of that? And he said, "It's worse than 10%, more like 20%. And I have to say, if you read Bourdieu, 20% at least. I once assigned I had admired Bourdieu. I thought he was a terrific guy, and the conversation just as clear as you or me. But I once assigned one of his books for a course I was teaching in Berkeley, The Logic of Practice, and my students couldn't make head nor tail out of it. And the truth to tell, I have trouble trying to figure out what he's saying. So you can have a look at that. It's called The Logic of Practice is the English translation. And it's about the background. It's about what I call the background, and I thought they ought to have somebody else's conception of the background. So Bourdieu and Foucault wrote a kind of Franco-German. It was very obscure. Now, Foucault got more clear later on in life, and in fact, he told a friend of mine that he preferred life in America because he could write more clearly, but his English wasn't.
He was an Americaboo, Foucault. Same as sort of, it's like French people love to do this, to come over to America and like sort of admire their public institution. This is less common now, I think, in the last like 30 or so years.
Very good. So he didn't. He told what's that guy's name?
He sounds like making a fake story with libs. I genuinely believe that Foucault said that. I don't know about Bourdieu, but I genuinely, that incredibly tracks for Foucault.
Yves Michaud. He told Yves, he said, if I spoke better English, I'd move permanently to the United States. But his English was not all that great. But in any case, there are cases where the maxim of clarity, don't be obscure and don't be ambiguous, those are systematically violated. And I think German philosophy has a lot to answer for. See, there was a time when I learned French when the slogan was "Ce qui n'est pas clair n'est pas français." If it's not clear, it's not French. That has been abandoned in French philosophy, and a lot of it is very obscure. Okay, now relation is the one that's most interesting for our present purposes. And Grice says there's only one maxim.
Yes, Baudrillard's... Oh yeah, Baudrillard is another example. Pulling the de Tocqueville. That's the example, the initial example I was thinking of. All right, well that'll make the stream up. It was 4 hours. It was 5 hours almost. I might try to stream later. After I've done like all my work and studying and shit. You can see it's a more it's probably more chaotic. And I'm more tired, but I think it's funnier. I think it's better content. So I might do that. I'll test it out. I was gonna raid Schmoople. She's playing Star Wars The Old Republic as well. Which, shout out to Gwen. I fucking love Star Wars The Old Republic. I love it so much. It's my favorite game. I played the shit out of it. I was in the closed alpha in grade 8. I applied for it in grade 6 when I found out it was going to come out. I was one of I signed a fucking NDA to play it in grade 8. I was so excited. I played the shit out of it after it came out. I've beaten all of the storylines on all of the 8 classes. It's a shame that they stopped doing the class storylines. It's so cool. It's because it's like KOTOR, which KOTOR fucking rocks, but then it's like online. There's multiplayer and shit. It rocks. It rocks. Anyways, she's playing it and it needs more viewers. It needs to be rewarded. I was an Inquisitor. My main was an Inquisitor with like the lightning, and it was just so fucking busted in PvP. The remake, it's only on fucking PS5, isn't it? Which is the coolest story. Oh fuck. I don't think it's the Sith Warrior. What's the coolest story? Shit. Anyways, the raid is happening. Sorry. We'll talk about this later. Goodbye.